Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's time to get the week started here on the Daily Tale, presented by BetMGM. It's a Monday, but of course we've got a great football weekend to recap and give you our lessons moving forward. So we'll start in the NFL with what happened in Sunday Night Football. Can we trust the Eagles moving forward when their offense is barely scoring 20 points a night, but their defense has been fantastic? So they do continue to win. And then at 6:20, we'll get into the latest NFL headlines. And, of course, later on in the show, we'll give you our MVP Mondays. And maybe we'll recap some college as well, because PJ Glasser in for Jinx today. PJ, let me say this. It feels like it was an epic weekend of football all around. Like, we had great college games. It felt like a great NFL game in every single window where, it wasn't one of those things where it's like, oh, all the early games are terrible. Felt like we had great football, like wire to wire this weekend.
I mean, it's that time of the year, right, Chelsea? Middle of November, and everybody always says in the NFL, Thanksgiving around then is when the games really start to mean something. That's when they really start to get important in the regular season. And in college football, I mean, we're going to have our third college football playoff rankings tomorrow. It's starting to shape up. At this point, we kind of already know the teams that are pretty much locked in, like Ohio State, Indiana, A&M with their comeback win, Ole Miss. I mean, all these teams they're locks. They could lose in the last week or two, because most of them play cupcakes in either of the last 2 weeks. They pretty much can lose one of their final conference games and still be in the playoffs. So we definitely had some crazy games, some big comebacks, some upsets. Yeah, I mean, it's a great time of the year, especially in college football with these last couple weeks and some of these teams starting to feel the pressure and feel the heat of trying to make the playoff or trying to win their conferences. It's going to be exciting. So this was I think a good little appetizer, a good little kind of it was good to see some of these games this weekend, and I think we're in for a lot more good ones.
Yeah, this is usually the time where games start really meaning more. And I do think now that we've shifted to the 12-team playoff, maybe it don't mean quite as much during the regular season. But, like, for some of these teams, like, even games that weren't even supposed to be good, like, I couldn't take my eyes off that Texas A&M game. Like, that's crazy to me that game was so close. And also, I couldn't take my eyes off because it was the same color scheme on both sides of the football. And you're like, wait, who has the ball? I think we had that a couple times where it was teams across the board who had like the same colors, and it was like difficult to tell. But also YouTube TV and ESPN came to an agreement finally. So I don't know if you're a YouTube TV person, PJ, but that was very nice and just in time.
No, thankfully I'm not. I'm a Fubo person. So I've been good through all this chaos, while unfortunately other people have been dealing with the YouTube TV stuff. But yeah, like you said, good weekend for it. A&M game was crazy. I took them plus 15.5 at halftime, Chelsea. I did not take money line. I wish I did. I thought they would make a comeback. I didn't think they'd win. And I didn't think they'd outscore South Carolina 28-0 in the second half. That was pretty incredible. Also, Shane Beamer, like, how bad of a look is it when he goes into halftime and he's like pumping up the crowd, right? He's so fired up, thinking his team's going to win the game, and then they come back and lose. So, Beamer's not really a guy we're talking about on the hot seat, and I don't think he is. I don't think South Carolina is going to get rid of him. But I mean, again, with the last couple games that they've played, they had Bama on the ropes. They should have won. They had A&M on the ropes. They should have won. We all knew how tough of a 5-game stretch this was for the Gamecocks, but with the expectations they had coming into the season, with a lot of people thinking Sellers was the best quarterback in the country, thinking he had a chance to win the Heisman, thinking South Carolina had a chance to go to the playoff, and for them to be as bad as they have been this season. And, I mean, that game was just kind of a microcosm of their season. They do some good things at times, but then they completely fall apart, and they have stretches where their offense does absolutely nothing. So that was a brutal, brutal loss for South Carolina. And A&M, I mean, they just continue to find ways to win 10-0. And like I was saying, they're in the playoff. I mean, they can lose to Texas the final week of the regular season and still be totally fine. So Aggies they're good. They're going to the playoff, and we'll see if this team's good enough to win a national championship. But they've been awesome this season. Their offense has been really, really good and really fun to watch.
Yeah, anyway, you slice it, they're 10-0. So I think that at the end of the day is the most important thing. And for South Carolina, standing at 3-7, you're right. This is a lot of people's dark horse team coming into the season. A lot of people like Lenora Sellers to actually make noise in the Heisman race. So I think relative to expectations, South Carolina, man, what a letdown. Speaking of letdown, so was my best bet. Had the Commanders and Dolphins over 47.5 over the weekend. Nobody could get in the end zone. This was the most frustrating game to watch if you had the over, because my goodness, both these teams were allergic to scoring touchdowns, or hell, even, kicking field goals at the end. I know the Dolphins finally won it, but points were certainly at a premium. I think the final score was 16-13. But luckily, I did get a winner with Georgia. Go Dogs. Dogs laying 6.5 against Texas. That was an easy winner. Didn't have a day, brother. In college football, he had Oklahoma +6 over Alabama. Georgia laying the 6.5. The over in Minnesota and Oregon. The only loss would be Michigan laying the 11.5 against Northwestern. Boy, was that a good game. PJ, again, great games just all around. So I understand, didn't cover the spread in that one, but even the games that I feel like we didn't expect to be good, we still got great games.
We did. Yeah, that early window. I mean, it was obviously highlighted by the A&M South Carolina game, but Michigan and Northwestern coming down to the wire, 2-point game. South Florida Navy, Chelsea was a game that I was definitely keeping my eye on. I wanted South Florida to be in the playoff. I wanted them to be the group of 5 team. I thought of all the group of 5 teams, they would be the team to maybe give one of the Power 4 teams the best game. And now that they lost to Navy, they're done. But that was a fun game to watch. So, yeah, I mean, that early window that we had on Saturday, a lot of really good games. Michigan, they managed to just get by Northwestern. They get Maryland this weekend, and then, of course, they got the game against Ohio State. And Michigan, they're still right in the thick of it. That's what's great about the college football playoff, Chelsea, and the 12 teams. I know there are still some people that feel like it's too many, but it's 12 teams. And for teams like Michigan and that play in a Power 4 conference that's either the Big Ten or that's either the SEC, if you got 2 losses, you got a chance. And Michigan, who's got 2 losses, one of their losses is to Oklahoma, and that's aging really, really well. If they're able to beat Ohio State in Ann Arbor the final week of the regular season, Michigan's probably going to be in the playoffs. So big win for them to find a way to get it done. Northwestern just has this ability to play people close and bring teams down into the mud and muck it up. And that game was at Wrigley Field, which was pretty cool to watch. But yeah, Michigan hanging on, still got a chance, and we'll see how they fare in College Park this week. But if they can get by that, they got a chance to go to the playoff. They can beat Ohio State.
Yeah, it's always great when the rivalry games actually mean something, which certainly will be the case when Michigan faces Ohio State. All right, let's get into what we saw last night in Sunday Night Football as the Eagles beat the Lions 16-9, covering as 2.5-point home favorites. The under 46.5 hits very cleanly because there wasn't much offense in this game. Jalen Hurts only went 14 of 28 for 135 yards, ran for 31 yards, and the lone touchdown of the night, including this on the brotherly shove.
And Hurts surfs over the top and is in for the touchdown.
Yeah, I don't know how much running was involved, but it is counting as a rush touchdown for Jalen Hurts. But at the end of the day, the Eagles defense once again was absolutely lights out against a very good Lions offense that has so many weapons. Jahmyr Gibbs, only 39 yards on 12 carries. Jameson Williams had a couple big plays, had 4 catches for 88 yards and a touchdown. But still, to limit this Lions offense to only 9 points is certainly something to hang your hat on. But PJ, as we know, people are going to look at the Eagles score and say, the Eagles offense is broken. How are they doing this? A year after winning the Super Bowl and being absolutely dominant on offense, what's the problem?
I mean, it's a tough watch right now. Jalen Hurts, I mean, I'm watching that game last night, and I'm thinking to myself, how did this guy win a Super Bowl? How did this guy make it to 2 Super Bowls? Like, Jalen, for too many times this season, has just not looked good. They have not been able to get Barkley going this season. He had 26 carries last night and only was able to get 83 yards. Devontae Smith had 1 catch for 8 yards. So, like you said, the offense just not good. Lane Johnson got hurt in the game again last night against Detroit. Look, Philadelphia, I think we all kind of agreed early on in the season when this team was just finding ways to win games that they were kind of going to be this year's Chiefs in the regular season, where it wasn't going to look pretty a lot of the times, but they were just going to find ways to win. And that's what good teams do. And that's what the Eagles continue to do. This season, it doesn't always look pretty, but they find ways to win. Their defense was fantastic, though, last night. I mean, Jared Goff was 14 for 37. He had a tough time just even completing a pass, let alone scoring touchdowns. He only had one passing touchdown. But the key to the game was fourth down. We know with Dan Campbell, most people absolutely love him because of his aggressiveness and his willingness to go for it. And last night in Philly, there were high winds that was really affecting the kicking game. And when Jameson Williams scored the touchdown to make it 6-6, he got a penalty for his celebration that moved the field goal back to a 48-yard extra point, and Jake Bakes missed it, the kicker. And after that, Dan Campbell was like, as a guy who already doesn't like kicking in the first place, was like, yeah, we're not kicking much more tonight. So he went for it a lot, and they were 0 for 5 on fourth down, and just could never convert a fourth down to keep the drive alive, and that really was the game. So look, the Eagles offense obviously needs to be better if they want to get back to the Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl. But for at least one night, for last night against one of the best offenses in the NFL, Eagles defense was unbelievable in that game.
I think it's all relative, like speaking about the NFL, because how many teams can we look across and say, like, this team is dependably good every single week? There's not that many teams. Like some of these games we've seen for the Bills, like where yesterday, of course, Josh Allen goes back to Josh Allen things, has 6 total touchdowns. But there's been lapses for the Bills. There's been lapses for the Chiefs to the point where it's a real question whether or not they're going to make the playoffs. So you look at this Eagles team, we're like, yeah, there's big questions about the offense. But at least the defense comes to play every single day. And it feels like this, this team is going to find a way to win. Like at the end of the day, they're 8-2. So I know that they still have a little bit of time to figure things out on the offense, but like it's getting late quick. We're sitting here at November 17th. So, I mean, they need to figure it out, I suppose, if they want to win a Super Bowl. But again, it feels like I have a lot of questions about most teams in the NFL.
100%. Look, the Chiefs were the favorites to win the Super Bowl going into this week of games, going into Week 11, Chelsea. I think a bunch of people waking up this morning, their biggest takeaway is how surprised they are that the Chiefs lost that game yesterday. We all know the track record. Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes off of a bye, normally how great they are. Mahomes 13-1 in his career before yesterday on the road in division games. Like they had all these trends and things going for them. The fact they're 5-4, 3 games back at Denver. You still play them twice. You have a chance possibly to win the division. And they did not look great yesterday. The Broncos were the better team. They outplayed them. So to your point, I think we all felt like the Chiefs were probably the team to beat in the NFL. But with them going down, Eagles winning, Rams winning that big game against the Seahawks on BetMGM, the Rams and the Eagles are now the 2 favorites to win the Super Bowl. So, like you said, there's no dominant team. We talk all the time. The NFL is a week-to-week league, and this year it feels like, I mean, that is no truer statement, right? Like every week, a team could look completely different than what they looked the week before.
Yeah, I feel like I'm flip-flopping when I talk about like the Buffalo Bills. Because it feels like more than any other team, like the Bills are just week to week. It's crazy. And it's wild to me that the Eagles and the Broncos almost feel like similar teams. Like just because it feels like their defense is going to keep them in a lot of games, but you can't really trust the offense. But like the difference is one of these teams won a Super Bowl last year and again was scoring like 40 points at will. So it's just one of those things where you look at Bo Nix, you're like, okay, well, it's Bo Nix. I guess that's his excuse. But, like, what's the Eagles' excuse? Like, they got to do something. A.J. Brown's going to have an absolute temper tantrum. And you know what? I don't blame him.
Exactly. They win ugly. You know, there are a lot of good teams. Like the Ravens, Chelsea, they can't win ugly in the playoffs, and that's why they go home. They won ugly yesterday, but it was the Browns. They played a good team. They probably don't win that game yesterday.
Nah, we have so much more to talk about in the NFL, and we'll get to that next. including the ejection of Jalen Ramsey. Was it warranted? It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Monday pondering big questions in the NFL. During the break, me and PJ Glasser in for Jenks today, have been wondering who's in the circle of trust in the NFL. Like, usually it feels like there's at least 3 or 4 teams. We're like, okay, this is the cream of the crop, and these are the teams that you can count on in the postseason. But right now, it feels like that list is very short. And in fact, PJ, I think we've decided the circle of trust is simply one team. It is only the LA Rams.
I mean, they're definitely at the top of the list right now, especially if they stay healthy. Stafford and McVay have won a Super Bowl together. They have a terrific offense. Their defense is terrific. They're one of the best in the league against the run. They force turnovers. They do everything really well. So they right now are just below the Eagles to win the Super Bowl. I think because of the Eagles' record and the chance, and because they beat the Rams head-to-head, still have a chance to get the 1 seed is the reason why Philly is still as the favorite at BetMGM. But yeah, I think most people would agree right now the Rams are better, and they would be the team at this point that you would trust more than Philadelphia. Then in the AFC is where it really gets interesting. I think the team at the top for me is still Kansas City. Chelsea, I think this is the toughest thing to do in sports. You were comparing KC to the Astros, which I think is a really good bet. It's when a team has been so good for so long, it's so hard to kind of differentiate like how good the team actually is versus how good they have been and just waiting for them to kick it into that second gear, right? And like, I mean, if Kansas City still played Buffalo in the playoffs, or they still played the Ravens in the playoffs, or whoever in the playoffs, like you'd probably still bet Kansas City, right? Just because it's such a hurdle for those other 2 teams to beat the Chiefs when it matters most. So do the Patriots look better right now? Yes. Do the Colts look better right now? Yes. Like, there are plenty of teams in the AFC. Denver looks better, obviously. They just beat them yesterday and look like the better team. So there are plenty of teams that look better than the Chiefs, eye test wise. They obviously have a better record than the Chiefs right now. But I just think, like, even though we're heading to week 12 and Kansas City, if the playoffs started today, they wouldn't be in it. They're 2 games back essentially of Jacksonville because the Jags have the tiebreaker. Like, for me personally, like, it's still hard for me to trust any team in the AFC more than Kansas City, just because every year of Mahomes' career, he has been to the AFC Championship game, just like the Astros made it to the ALCS for 7 straight years. So it's still probably the Chiefs, as crazy it is for me, as the number 1 team I trust the most in the AFC. I'm just a proponent of until they don't do it, or until I see somebody else do it, I can't trust it. So I still have to go with the Chiefs in the AFC. But, I mean, like, if they don't make the playoffs, it's going to be an absolutely nuts year trying to watch the AFC playoffs and see who makes it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough day for the NFL's rigged crowd, because as you're sitting there watching that Chiefs game yesterday, like, you almost expect something wild to happen on the final play. You're like, they won't get this field goal off. Like, there's no way the Broncos hit this and win this game. Like, the Chiefs can't keep losing. Roger Goodell's going to lose his mind, because that is a big fan base, and that is a big, name brand right now, where it's the Kansas City Chiefs, it's Patrick Mahomes, it's Travis Kelce, it's Andy Reid, it's Taylor Swift. Like, that is a large swath of the population that Roger Goodell probably does not want missing from the postseason. So I'm standing there, I'm like, all right, like, let's wait for the penalty or something to happen. They're going to run it back for a touchdown, or the game is going to end in a wild way. And when it doesn't, and the Broncos hit the game-winning field goal, I feel like I can't even accept it. For the next 5 minutes, I'm like, oh, I guess they did win. Huh, that's crazy. Because as you were alluding to, I feel like for me, when I'm looking for a team that's in the circle of trust, I want them to fill out both Venn diagrams, where one is the stats, the numbers, and their record, where their offense needs to look good on paper, like the scoring margin needs to be good. And then the other Venn diagram is, do they have postseason experience? I need both of those to overlap. And right now it feels like the Rams are really the only team that fits those, because we have the teams with postseason experience, like the Bills and the Chiefs. And you look at them and you're like, oh, even if their record's not that great, I can still forgive some of that. And then you have the teams who have the great records and the great numbers, like the Patriots and the Colts, but they don't have the postseason experience. So it's like, which one do you think matters more this year? Will you take a chance on a team that doesn't have postseason experience but has really good numbers and they've looked really solid? Like, look at the Patriots. I understand it's very easy to look at Daniel Jones and be like, all right, Daniel Jones, like, do we want to trust him in the postseason? But Drake May's still a young quarterback. So let me ask you, PJ, would you rather trust a team with postseason experience or a team that has shown it week in and week out and maybe just doesn't have the experience in the postseason?
I'd rather trust the team with postseason experience. I think Minnesota showed us all last year with Sam Darnold that when you get to the, when you get to the end of December, when you get to early January, like, it's just a different brand of football. That was a team that won 14 games last season. People thought Sam Darnold should be in the MVP conversation. He was terrific all year for Minnesota. And then in their two biggest games, the regular season finale against Detroit and then the playoff game against the Rams, he turned back into, Jets Sam Darnold. So it's just a different brand of football, regular season to postseason. And that's why I'll always go with the postseason, because so much of it is mental. The teams that have been there, the teams that have had success, the teams that have won already have such a head start over the teams that are trying to get over that hump, So again, that's why I still think the Chiefs would be my pick right now to represent the AFC, especially at the current odds. So Buffalo's the favorite at BetMGM, 4-1, Indy's 50, and then the Colts are plus 500. Ravens are 6-1, Broncos plus 650, and then the Patriots are also plus 650. So, I mean, that's what, like, you got 6 teams that are in between plus 400 to plus 650. It's so wide open. But again, I mean, none of these teams, Drake May, Bo Nix, they haven't won a playoff game. Daniel Jones has won one. And then we know the Ravens and Bills can't get past the Chiefs. So it would still be Kansas City for me. But like, as you look at the AFC kind of picture right now and you look at the odds, who would be your pick? Like, if you had a bet right now today to win the AFC, who would you choose as your bet?
Well, I think that once again, we've probably missed the boat on the Patriots now that they're down to plus 650. But like, that was the talking point last week, just simply because I think when it's so wide open, or at least that's what it feels like in the AFC this year, you try to get some value and say, okay, who can I get a pretty decent price to at least make it to the AFC Championship game? Because I think, my stance on betting on the AFC is that, or the AFC or the NFC, just somebody who needs to get to the game, because you have one side of the coin, if they even get there, for 8-1 or whatever. That's what the Patriots were last week, but now they're down to plus 650. I do think that number only shortens from here, because I think they have another easy game next week. I need to double check, but I think their schedule lines up pretty well. Yeah. But I think your point is well received about the Chiefs. Like, it's one of those things where if it is a one game sample size, like, who are you trusting in the last 2 minutes of the postseason? Like, for me, it's Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. But I will say this, like, eventually the torch has to be passed. And dynasties don't live forever. So, I mean, maybe it's somebody else this year. I mean, I think that would be extremely interesting. But, I mean, all of these teams absolutely have flaws. Like, even if you look at the Bills, like, that defense is a problem. Like, they had to score, 44 points? To win over the Bucs? Like, that doesn't feel like a winning formula, and we've seen what the Chiefs can do to the Bills in the postseason.
Let me ask you this too, right? So I just asked you of those 6 teams, Bills, Colts, Chiefs, Ravens, Broncos, Patriots, team that you would trust the most, team that you would bet. Which of those teams would you least trust, right? So if we were having like a fantasy draft of those 6 teams and we were picking like the teams out of the AFC, who would be your last pick of those 6 teams? Because I also think that's super interesting, right? I think you could kind of make a case probably for the Chiefs and the Bills probably wouldn't be your last pick. But it's interesting. Like, I think with the other 4 teams, probably, I think I would go with the Colts most likely, just because the Broncos have the dominant defense. The Patriots, I think of the three teams, definitely have the most talented quarterback, and I just trust Vrabel so much as an underdog, especially against some of these better teams. Indy, again, going back to Minnesota, it feels like they might be this year's version of the Vikings, where they're that great regular season team. We're already starting to see it, though, with that 6-turnover game against the Steelers, and then they go overseas and they go to the overtime with the Falcons and probably should lose that game. So I think the regression's starting to come for Indy. It's awesome they're playing the Chiefs this week, and we get to see those two teams against each other. I think the Colts would probably be my last selection, though.
That was my first instinct, is just the Colts. Yeah, they're putting up these great numbers, but a lot of it is against bad teams. But I do think it's important, especially because we are human beings, and I think we have these like innate narratives that live in us, whether we like it or not. Sometimes you need to fact check your feelings. So I'm looking at the schedule for the Colts, and I'm saying, okay, what ammo do we have to go against the Colts that say, okay, the Colts may be frauds? I'm looking at the schedule, and it does feel like when they play the best teams in the NFL, like they're one game against the best team in the NFL, or at least the team that plays the best week to week. You know, they lost to the Rams 27-20, but that was a relatively close game. So they have shown that they can like keep it close. But Daniel Jones had 2 picks in that game. So like Daniel Jones was not carrying the team to a victory in that one. He was 24 of 33 with a couple of interceptions. But I mean, they belong in the conversation. It's just one of those things where I have this feeling in the NBA where I think you'll have to go to the postseason and lose before you win an NBA Finals. Like we saw that with the Thunder, didn't we? Where like the Thunder made a good run in the postseason before they could win an NBA Finals. So I kind of feel that way about the Colts.
Right. Yeah. I think Shaq had that phrase, you have to learn how to lose before you can learn how to win, which is so true. I mean, you see it with like very, very few teams. I mean, even the Chiefs and Mahomes, you know, like they lost in that AFC title game his first year to Brady. D Ford was offside, and then the rest was history, and the Patriots go to the Super Bowl. So everybody does it. Even the teams that win for so long, they have to lose. They lose first usually before they end up winning. So yeah, I think it's probably the Colts. Their offense has been so good, though. Jonathan Taylor's unbelievable. And, you know, they did go for it, and credit to them on defense, getting Sauce Gardner. And when they get Shadarius Ward back, they're going to have a really good secondary. So the Colts know. I mean, if they want to win in the playoffs, you have to have a great running game, which they do. Check. Good offensive line, which they do. And then you got to have a really good defense to go up against all these awesome quarterbacks in the AFC. So yeah, it's that Chiefs-Colts game to me is the game I'm most excited for next week, just because the Chiefs, I mean, they were in must-win mode coming out of the bye against Denver. Now you lose that game and you really put yourself in a hole. So we know they're going to be in big-time desperation mode. And obviously the Colts, I mean, they're trying to keep pace with the top teams in the AFC with Denver and New England and try and do everything they can to get that number 1 seed. They also still have to play Houston and Jacksonville each twice, Chelsea. So even though right now they have 3-game advantage on the Jags and a 4-game advantage on Houston, you still have to play those 2 teams twice at KC, at Seattle, and home against San Francisco. Looked really good with Brock Purdy yesterday. So Indy's got a really tough schedule coming out of the bye week, and they got some important games. So we're gonna learn about the Colts a lot here over the next 7 weeks.
I'm real interested to see what the number is on the Chiefs to miss the postseason. I just found it at another book. It's not at BetMGM just yet. So the Chiefs are only plus 150 to miss the postseason. Because I was thinking to myself, is this going to be a difficult decision? Because if it's upwards of 2-1 for the Chiefs to miss the postseason, like we're getting late in the season quick. But at plus 150, PJ, I think I already know the answer to this question is that would you take the Chiefs to miss the postseason at a plus money price?
I would not. No, I would not. As a matter of fact, my bet would be if they lose to Indianapolis on Sunday, I'd grab them at plus money to make the playoff. I cannot bet the Chiefs to miss the playoffs until I see it. I can't do it. I can't. So, you know, maybe they don't go to the Super Bowl this year. Maybe they don't even go to the AFC Championship game this year. Maybe that's the first time that they don't do that in the Mahomes era. I have a hard time, Chelsea, believing that they're going to miss the playoffs. the Denver game didn't look good yesterday, but when they've been healthy and Rice has been back and they have looked really, really good most of the time on offense, they've started to look like the Chiefs again. So, again, they've dug themselves in a hole. They know it's time and they got to go win games. The schedule does get a little more favorable for them after having a brutal kind of middle stretch here of the season. So I still think they're going to make the playoffs, but even if I didn't at plus 150, I'd need a better price.
Maybe it's one of those things where matchups matter in the postseason, and it really depends on the team that they face, similar to March Madness, where we will see maybe there is a strength versus weakness there. But it should be interesting as we roll along in the AFC. More NFL talk after the break as we break down our MVPs of the weekend.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Back for more. It is Monday, November 17th, here on the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's PJ Glasser. In mere moments on the show, we'll hand out our MVP of the weekend and tell you who we think had the best weekend across the sports landscape. So we've been joking about like the situation of, we all know at Thanksgiving there's a kids table and there's an adult table. And so in the NFL, like there's all these teams that I consider like at the adult table. If they're on, I'm interested. But there's one team who I have been sitting at the kids table that maybe I'm mistaken here. I just checked. The Chicago Bears, if the season ended today, would be the number 3 seed in the NFC behind the Eagles and Rams. They're 7-3. Like, maybe I should start paying attention to the Bears.
You are what your record says you are, right? As Bill Parcells used to say. My favorite stat with the Bears, Chelsea, they're 7-3, as you said. They have a -6 point differential this season. So, I mean, there you go, right? They're winning games, but they're certainly not doing it convincingly. And a lot of them have been fourth quarter comebacks, like another one yesterday against Minnesota. My favorite's Carolina, though, that they're 6-5 with a -42 point differential, you know? So the NFC is so wide open, and there are teams right now in the playoff picture that I think a lot of people definitely know are kind of fraudulent and probably shouldn't be as good as their record is. And the Bears' schedule does get tougher down the stretch. They still have to play Green Bay 2 times, and that's really what the season is going to come down to. But they still have to go to Philly. They still have to go to San Francisco, and they're home against Detroit. So, look, as a Bears fan, I mean, this is what you want. They're 7-3. They've pretty much won all the games they're supposed to win. They got a tough schedule the rest of the way, but again, like, you want to make the playoffs, go beat the Packers. You want to make the playoffs, go beat San Francisco. So it's all in front of them. But yeah, I mean, it is crazy to see that, because the NFC North, a lot of us felt like coming into the year, this was one of the best divisions in football. They have 3 teams with a winning record, and somehow the Bears right now, as we head into week 12, are leading the division. So it's kind of insane. But yeah, credit to them. I mean, they are finding ways to win games right now.
Yeah. Maybe to put this back in perspective, so Next Gen Stats over at NFL.com does a playoff probability. And here are the probabilities for like the top teams in the NFC. Eagles, 99%. Rams, 99%. Bears, 59%. Bucks, 85%. Seahawks, 90%. So one of these things is not like the other.
I think I might bet the Bears. To miss the playoffs. You were talking earlier about the Chiefs to miss the playoffs at +150. I think we're getting plus money now on the Bears to miss the playoffs, and that is definitely something that interests me a lot. Again, because you have to play Philly, Green Bay twice, and San Francisco and Detroit. I think that's a tough stretch. So I'm probably going to be fading Chicago a bunch here the rest of the regular season, and now that we're finally getting them at plus money to miss the playoffs, I think I'll be on that here after the show.
And I also think, like, if it's a younger team and they continue to, like, win all these close games, like, eventually the pendulum is going to swing the other way. We aren't going to see magic at the very end. Right now, if you want to bet on the Bears to miss the postseason, it's -105. So not quite to plus money, but it's getting there for the Bears, who stand at 7-3. All right, so how about the people we trust and the people who we appreciate over the weekend? Let's crown a winner of MVP Monday.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP.
All right, so we had plenty of great games over the weekend, which we've alluded to, and we've had plenty of great performances over the weekend. So I think there's probably one person that stands out, and it's my candidate, but we did have some good ones to choose from. So let's kick things off with me, and I'm going to go with Panthers quarterback Bryce Young.
Young, late rush for Atlanta. Bryce Young steps and throws. He's got it to McMillan. Touchdown, Carolina.
All All right, so some of this is based on expectations because the expectations for Bryce Young are a lot less than, say, somebody like Josh Allen. So when Bryce Young, grinds through ankle pain where he's writhing on the sideline and he's barely, walking after some of these passes, and he grits out a 30-27 overtime win over the Falcons yesterday with a franchise record 448 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. It means a lot more to me than seeing somebody who we know is good put up numbers like this. And mind you, the Panthers are still in the race for the postseason, which is something that, I keep forgetting. There's a good chance that they're going to miss it, but still, they stand at 6-5 right now, second in the NFC South. So a great performance from Bryce Young. I know a lot of people think that he is not an NFL quarterback, but this was a career day, and this had to feel good for somebody who's been the butt of a lot of height jokes over the last couple of years. So Bryce Young's going to be it for me. All right, PJ, you're next. Who's your MVP of the weekend?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with San Francisco 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy, who returned to the lineup yesterday for the Niners.
Purdy floats it back in the end zone. All alone is George Kittle.
I mean, yeah, Purdy, look, he was out in the first game since week 4 when he got re-aggravated his injury against the Jags. And Mac Jones was playing great for San Francisco for the most part. A lot of people wonder if Purdy was going to come back this season, but in his first game back, 3 touchdowns. He looked really good, led San Francisco to 41 points, and maybe now changing the perception around the Niners a little bit. With all those defensive injuries that they have, it's probably going to be hard for them to get to the Super Bowl, but I think we all felt like there really wasn't that much of a drop-off between Brock Purdy to Mac Jones, and I think maybe yesterday we realized that there's a reason that the Niners have been to Super Bowls with Purdy, and there's a reason why they've been to NFC Championship games with Purdy. He was awesome yesterday, and I think he was my MVP of the weekend. So, Chelsea, I'll go with Brock Purdy of the Niners.
Yeah, it does feel like if we're talking about Venn diagrams, whether we want to admit it or not, the Niners feel like they are in that Venn diagram of postseason experience. Brock Purdy's played in the Super Bowl. So I know that people look at Brock Purdy and they're like, yes, the weapons around it. But still, the experience is certainly there. All right, David, looks like you're going to the college ranks. Who you got?
I am going with Marcel Reed, Texas A&M quarterback.
Back to throw again. Stepping up. Taking a shot, and it is caught. Buffalo Roman. Touchdown, Texas A&M.
Now, if you'd watched the first half of this game, you probably would be like, really, Dykstra? Really? But because he did throw 2 interceptions, and I think he only had 128 yards passing, and they were down 30-3 to South Carolina. But in the second half, he leads that comeback for a 31-30 win over South Carolina. At the end of the game, he goes 22 for 39 for 439 yards, 3 touchdowns in that second half to go along with the 2 interceptions from the first half. So second half, much better. Texas and A&M also staying undefeated.
Yeah, what a performance, and thank you to Texas A&M for giving us a great game to watch as well. I really enjoyed that one. All right, Den, you're closing things out. Who is your candidate?
Oh, I'm going with the defending National Football League MVP, Josh Allen.
Allen on 3rd and 3. Only a 3-man rush from the Bucs. Allen buys time. He's going to toss it downfield. Open man, caught by Shavers. Touchdown, Bills.
A complete masterclass of I'm going to do whatever I want and you can't stop me. That was one of 6 touchdowns for Josh Allen, 3 of them through the air, 3 of them on the ground. He beat old short stuff Makerfield over there in Tampa in what was, I thought, the best game of that opening window, maybe the best game of the day. It was just a back-and-forth contest between 2 really good teams, 2 really good offenses, but Josh Allen proving why he is, if he's not the most fun quarterback to watch, he's really damn close to being the most fun quarterback to watch. He just be trying stuff. And I love quarterbacks that just be trying stuff and then they start working. So Josh Allen's my pick.
It's really impressive when NFL quarterbacks make it look like backyard football. Where they just complete something. You're like, If it's that easy, why can't my team do it? Like, when you're watching a Josh Allen offense, and then, like, I watch the Titans, and I'm like, we can't even do that for one play. But I think at the end of the day, like, to be completely honest, if I had to choose an MVP, it would be Josh Allen. When you account for 6 total touchdowns in the NFL, like, that's all I needed to hear.
I agree, especially in a game where your team needed it, right? Like, you could put up 6 touchdowns and you could win by 30 or 40 points, but the Bills needed every bit of those 6 touchdowns. That was a back and forth game. The Bucs were pretty much leading the most of the way, especially in the first half. So they needed one of these type of games from Josh to beat a really good Tampa Bay team. Sean Tucker, the running back for the Bucs on the other side, maybe would have been an MVP consideration had they won. He was unbelievable in that game as well. But yeah, I mean, everything Denton said, everything you said, Chelsea, I think Josh Allen's probably the pick this week. We were waiting for that vintage Josh Allen game, especially coming off the heels of what they looked like against the Dolphins and how poorly he played. For him to bounce back like that in a game where they needed him to play like this and have 6 touchdowns, I agree. He's probably the MVP this weekend.
Yeah, I had a feeling that this would happen. Last week, Josh Allen was plus 650. Now he's down to plus 475. I'm not sure if you can quite make a case for him to win MVP over Matt Stafford and what we've seen from Drake May. But I was thinking to myself, if anybody can stat pad, and like this was a meaningful game, so maybe that's the wrong term for it. But like me saying it's not crazy to look at Josh Allen, like he's somebody who can score 6 touchdowns in a single game. I kind of thought that would be the case, and now he's down to plus 475. But let me ask you this. Do you think he has this like sneaking suspicion in the back of his mind where it's like a sinking feeling where he's like, this is what I'm going to have to do. If our team is going to win a Super Bowl, I'm going to have to score 6 touchdowns because our defense is just not reliable.
Yeah, I definitely do think there's a part of that. I mean, again, week to week, this Buffalo defense, we just do not know what we're going to get out of them. So I think Josh probably, he does, especially when they go up against good teams. Like when they play Tampa, he's probably going to have really good performances like he did yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to have to be hero ball, but if anybody can do it, it's certainly Josh Allen. All right, coming up next, hour 2, we'll give you our best bets for Monday Night Football after the break.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Top of the hour here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser, and for Jenks today. Coming up, we'll give you all of our plays for Monday Night Football. I understand the Cowboys and the Raiders don't really move the needle for a lot of us, but the total in this game is 50. And if you like to bet on props like I do, this could be a pretty profitable game if this game lines up according to what we've seen from these defenses over the course of the season. So I've got some plays. At 7:20, we go on to college football. Our biggest takeaways from some of the upsets over the weekend and some of the big wins and some of these massive top 25 matchups. So, PJ, last night, as I'm watching Sunday Night Football, they always have the same intro where it's waiting all day for Sunday night. And you're like, you know what, Carrie, you're actually right. The Eagles and the Lions, pretty good game. But if tonight's game was that same thing, we were like, waiting all day for Monday night, you'd be like, I don't know about that. The Cowboys and the Raiders, this is not exactly a game where ESPN's like, come on, like this is one of those games where people know they need us in their life. I understand the YouTube TV dispute is over, but how do you spin this game? Do you say, okay, there's going to be a lot of great props in this game? Because I will say this, if I'm going to watch bad football, I want to at least watch bad football where there's a lot of touchdowns scored.
Yeah, I mean, you got two options, right? Like, this is why we gamble. This is why we sports bet for nights like this and games like this to keep us interested, to keep us intrigued. Or this is the night where, like, you take your girlfriend or your wife out and you tell her, like, football's on, but you're more important. We can go out to dinner tonight, something like that, right? It's that kind of game. Like, it's similar to, like, Patriots-Jets on Thursday. So you could try and swing, like, 2 games in 1 week if you are in the next, like, in the 4-day span if you want. But yeah, this one's going to be tough because both defenses are so bad. Maybe it actually turns out to be a pretty good game. Geno Smith has just been so bad this year for Vegas. I was really high coming into the season on the Raiders, Chelsea, because, you know, Pete Carroll's obviously a really good coach and had so many successful years with USC in college and then with the Seahawks in the NFL. And for a guy at his age, you know, I mean, he could have stayed in retirement. And I was like, why would Pete Carroll come off the couch to win like 5 or 6 games, right? Like he would come back if he thought he had a legit chance to win. They trade for his former quarterback. They get Gentry. You got Crosby and Wilkins and some pieces on that defensive line. And it has been a really, really bad year for the Raiders. So, you know, this is one of those games where an offense as bad as they've been, you're going up against a defense that hasn't been very good. So can they make plays? And then on the flip side, Dallas's offense has been really fun this season. And especially when they've had all their pieces and they're fully healthy, they can put up a ton of points. So maybe this game does end up being pretty high scoring. Like you said, the total is 50.5. And anytime the Cowboys are involved, they're a great over team with how good their offense is and how bad their defense is. But yeah, I don't have too many expectations for this game, but I'm interested to see, I think more than anything, how Geno Smith plays against this Dallas defense, because it's like if he can't put up some numbers against this defense at home, I don't know like how many more games Geno's going to play well this season for the Raiders.
Right. And here's the thing, like they've played some bad defenses. Like they played the Commanders and they lost 41-24 earlier in the season. Lost to the Jags, even though that was an overtime loss. So I don't know, but I will say this. I do think in the betting space, sometimes it's great when a team faces a really tough defensive matchup and then they turn around and face a really easy defensive matchup, because you look at some of the Raiders numbers for some of their offensive players, and you're like, whoa, what happened last game? Like Brock Bowers had, 1 catch for, let's see, 31 yards in that last game against the Broncos. Well, the Broncos are one of the best defenses in the NFL, so maybe it's one of those spots where you can get a lower number on Brock Bowers, because I do think he's one of the many players that could get their receiving props tonight. But before we go any further, I didn't ask you, do you like a side in this game?
You know, if I had to bet it, I think I probably will now that we're at 3.5. I think I would lean towards Vegas. I just can't lay 3.5 on the road with Dallas with that defense. You know, like their offense is more than capable of covering that number. But the Raiders, you know, they have played people tough at home this year. You mentioned the overtime game against the Jags last week. The Bears game came down to the wire. They've played some people close at home. So I think both of these teams coming off a bye week, Dallas going to Vegas, having the extra week. Like, is there any distractions maybe whenever you go on the road in Vegas potentially? I'm leaning towards the Raiders. It might be like a half unit play for me. So I have some investment on the game, but I was leaning that direction just because when you got a defense like Dallas's and you know, you're getting a home dog at plus 3.5, tend to lean in that direction.
Well, I think for me at the end of the day, it's like it feels like Dallas is not a trustworthy favorite, because if you look at them in their last 4 games as favorites, they've lost 3 of those outright. So they just have not been a team that's worth being favored in a lot of these games. A lot of these lines have been tight. So they continue to lose as favorites. This is a road game. But again, you look at the Raiders, who have been underdogs in a lot of these situations, and boy, have they continued to lose games. So I don't know. It's one of those where I feel like I'm not going to be picking a side, because when you bet on like a bad team and both teams are bad, like at the end of the day, you have to look in the mirror and be like, hey, I put my hard-earned money on the Las Vegas Raiders. And then, you know, you see a terrible performance. You're like, well, what did you expect? They're the Raiders. And you could say the same thing about the Cowboys, where if you bet on the Cowboys and you look in the mirror, you're like, why did I put my money on this team? And that's why you don't bet on sides when it comes to really bad teams. But I will say this. I do think you could probably make a strong case for the over, because both of these defenses are so bad. But the question mark for me is Geno Smith. Like, can he get it going even against a bad defense? Because I do think that we should see something good from Dak Prescott here, because he has put up some decent numbers this year, even against some better defenses. At least they're going to score points, at least in garbage time. So I have no questions about Dallas scoring points, but I think Las Vegas is maybe the sabotage factor when it comes to the over.
They definitely could be. Yeah, the total at 50, Chelsea, I don't really have a good thought on that. I'll probably stay away from the total. Like I said, maybe a small play on the Raiders plus 3.5 potentially as well. I might look at like a first quarter bet on Vegas also when you know, you got 2 teams coming off a bye like you do in this game. It's a primetime game and you're going up against the Cowboys. I do think the Raiders come out with a bunch of energy, and I could see them getting off to a nice start. So I might take Vegas in the first quarter as well at plus 120. But yeah, it's a tough game. It's a tough game to handicap. Feels like the number's right. It feels like it's probably going to be close, probably going to come down to like a field goal game. But I think the points you bring up about Dallas not being a trustworthy favorite is a really good one. And I think the only game that they did win in that span was that overtime game against the Giants when Russell Wilson threw for 455 yards, right? So it's like even the only game they did win, they probably shouldn't have, and they got shredded on defense. So yeah, I mean, look, you're getting Dallas as a favorite, and not only are you getting them as a favorite, I mean, it's the ultimate number in football, right? In the NFL, it's that 3.5. So I think the Raiders probably the side in the game, plus 3.5.
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to play a side or a total in this game, but I do think there are a lot of great props to consider. So let's start with receiving props, because it does feel like even though these are 2 bad teams, we have some good offensive weapons that are going to be taking the field in this game. So let's start with CeeDee Lamb, because I do think if you're looking for like a blue chip stock, it is CeeDee Lamb. He feels like he has the lowest or the highest floor of any of these teams. You could also probably say he has the highest ceiling. Because you look at his game logs this year, in games that he's been healthy, 9 catches for 112, 5 catches for 110, 7 catches for 74, and 7 catches for 85. So even in his bad games, like the floor is still pretty high for him, but you are going to pay a premium like you do on blue chip stocks. So his receiving prop tonight, 89.5 for the yardage, juicy over at minus 115. but the catches is only 6.5. It's a little juicy at -145. I know some people don't love laying that juice, but here's the thing. Like, the targets have always been there. He's had 12, 10, 8, and 11 targets this year. So even when he doesn't catch all of them, we know that Dak Prescott loves throwing to CeeDee Lamb. So I do think if you want somebody that maybe he doesn't get it just because, these numbers are high, but it does feel like he's not going to be far off. So I think if you're ranking the safest bets, it feels like CeeDee Lamb's up there.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a game where CD, could have a big day. I think I'd probably look at the receiving yardage number more so than the receptions, just because, like you said, I mean, it is juiced so heavily at -145. So I don't really want to lay that many juice for him to get 7 receptions. I think the receiving yard number would be a good one. And maybe look at some alts for Lamb. Him at 100 plus is plus 140, and this is definitely a defense where he could go off. I'm actually looking at the opposite because the Cowboys have been the worst team in the NFL this year against opposing wide receivers. But the problem is, we know outside of Brock Bowers, the Raiders don't really have many receiving options. So you're like, is this going to be a Trey Tucker game? Is this even going to be like a Tyler Lockett game? Like, could he make some plays potentially? Are they going to try and use Genty more as a wide receiver and get him involved that way? I think Trey Tucker's probably the guy that I would look at tonight, though, for Vegas. His receiving number is at 46.5. I mean, Dallas is obviously going to do everything they can to try and take away Brock Bowers. I still think he's going to have a big game for the Raiders, but it's just, I mean, his receiving number, Chelsea, 72.5, and the over's juice -140. Like, there's just really no value there for Bowers. So I think either looking at Lockett or Tucker tonight for the Raiders, probably the way to go. And I think Tucker would probably be the guy. So if I were to take a receiving number tonight, just because of how bad Dallas has been against opposing wide receivers, I'd probably look at Trey Tucker.
Yeah, I think if you follow the grid where it's like fantasy points against, the Cowboys, like you mentioned, have given up the most fantasy points and receiving yards to opposing wide receivers. But I feel like when you have a tight end that almost, I know schematically it is different, but usually, when you have somebody like Brock Bowers, wouldn't you still target him like kind of in the same range as like a number 1 receiver? Just because he's the best player on the field for Las Vegas. So I think there is a reason why we see some of these props so high for Brock Bowers, because like 72.5 is the number tonight. His season average is 63. So like this is well above, what we've seen for the season, but odds makers are expecting, a bunch of points in this one. But I don't know. Last game, Tyler Lockett surprisingly had the most targets of any Raider. Had 6 targets. I think he was like fresh off the waiver wire or whatever it was. I think he came over from the Titans. Didn't even have that much time to practice with the Raiders, but he got the most targets, 5 catches for 44 yards. But do we trust this moving forward? Like, I don't look at Tyler Lockett and be like, oh, yeah, he's been revived into a number 1 receiver.
No, I don't think so. And again, it's all matchup dependent, right? So like the Jags, that's a favorable matchup. Obviously tonight, Dallas, but like we saw a couple weeks ago when the Raiders went up against Kansas City and they got shut out. I mean, it's all about Geno, and it's all about if he's comfortable. It's all about if he's going to put up yards and he's going to move the football. So if he has favorable matchups like tonight, then I think Tyler Lockett definitely could be a look. But if playing in the AFC West there, especially when you have to go up against Denver, the Chargers, and the Chiefs, Chelsea, those 3 teams are the 3 best right now in the NFL against posing wide receivers in terms of fantasy, or all the 3 teams in their division. So that's a big part, too, of why Geno has struggled. He's obviously had to play those teams this season, but I think it's all matchup dependent. So, yeah, Lockett, like this might be one of the few good games to maybe target him tonight in some props. You mentioned CeeDee Lamb. George Pickens, I think, could be interesting tonight, too. He's actually been really consistent for Dallas. And when Lamb was out is when he had his biggest games, and he hasn't caught a touchdown since Lamb has returned to the lineup. But he did have 7 catches for 78 yards against Denver. He did have 6 catches for 79 yards against Arizona. So Pickens has been really, really consistent this year for Dallas. And again, because the numbers are so juiced with Lamb in terms of his receptions, and his receiving number is at 89.5. I mean, Pickens is at 65.5. So Ferguson's production has dropped off a little bit with Lamb returning, but Pickens has stayed pretty consistent. So I think Pickens probably if I was targeting a Cowboys receiver tonight, would be the guy that I would go with.
I feel like my brain always goes to longest reception for George Pickens because he does feel like he is that big catch guy. 23.5 is the number. And I understand like some of these feel easy, but a lot of it is based on like field position. But I will say this, he's gone over this in 3 games, has not gone over it in the last 2. But again, I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth action. So maybe something worth adding to the card, because I do think we see fireworks tonight between both these teams. Coming up next, speaking of fireworks, what a weekend it was in college football. We recap the best of it after the break on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's get it going. If you're feeling sleepy, it's time to wake up because we have college football to react to. What a weekend it was in the college ranks. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser in for Jenks. And I'm looking at these games. I'm even thinking, like, where do we even start? Like, do we go chronologically? Do we go, like, in the game that we felt that was, like, the best? Because I thought coming into the weekend that, like, the best game was going to be Georgia and Texas. But that game wasn't even that good. Like, Georgia won that one 35-10. I'm sure, there's a bunch of takeaways, and we'll get to it. But, like, Oklahoma and Alabama, that was so good. The Texas A&M game, incredible comeback from the Aggies to stay undefeated at 10-0. So, PJ, let me ask you, what did you think was the best game of the weekend?
Man, I mean, it's hard not to go with the A&M South Carolina game just because of that comeback. Chelsea, I was at a wedding on Saturday.
Same.
So I obviously okay. So we probably couldn't watch as much college football as we wanted to, right? But A&M in South Carolina, I can't tell you how many people came up to me and they were like, "Oh my God, A&M, they came back to win that game?" Like before the service started, it was like, how did they come back to win that game? So it was one of those where, like, you turn your phone off and then you come back and you're like, they came back to win that game. So I think that's the best one because they looked so dead in the first half. Everything was going wrong. South Carolina was playing out of their mind. And for them to just outscore them 28-0 was incredible. So I think A&M South Carolina was the best game of the day. That was pretty awesome and a great comeback for them. And a game that meant a lot because obviously now A&M pretty much punches their ticket to the college football playoff. So I think it would probably be that one. I mentioned earlier the Navy South Florida game was a good one too, 41-38. That was a back-and-forth game. Navy pretty much led the entire way. South Florida came back. They gave them their best shot. Those are probably the two that stood out, but yeah, I mean, it's got to be, I think, A&M. That comeback and how dead they looked in the first half, for them to win that game, pretty impressive.
I think we were getting ready for the wedding as we had that on, and I was, like, trying to do my makeup, and I kept, like, coming back. I'm like, did they score again? Oh my goodness, this game's getting close. And we were both, like, so disappointed because we were in Florida and you can't bet in the state of Florida, which was terrible because, like, we were both thinking, we're like, all right, let's see what the money line price is. Location restricted. So that sucked. But it was a great game. And my husband and I were having this conversation. Do you think that, honestly, I look at Texas A&M and I feel like they probably could have lost that game. But a lot more would be riding on their final game this season against Texas. Obviously, that is a rivalry game. Texas, I don't know, after this weekend, maybe they're not that good. But do you think if Texas A&M would have lost that game, do you think it would have mattered in the long run?
I don't think so because I think the magic number if you're an SEC or Big Ten team is 10 wins. I think if you play in those two leagues and you get to 10 wins, I think that's the magic number. So, even if they lost 9-1, they get Samford this week. They're going to win that game to get their 10th win. So I think they would have been okay. They maybe had to sweat it out and would have been like a 10 or an 11 seed. But if you get to 10 wins and you're an SEC team, especially with that win they had against Notre Dame and how that has aged here ever since the start that the Irish got off to, I mean, you could argue that that might be the best win of the entire season that anybody has had was A&M going on the road and beating the Irish in South Bend. So because they have that, they're in the SEC, 10-win team. I think they would have been okay, but I mean, now they're obviously more than good. I think the interesting conversation is with the other Texas team and the Longhorns because, Chelsea, there are some people that still feel like Texas is in it, and if they beat undefeated A&M the final week of the regular season, then maybe they should be in the playoff because even though they're a 3-loss team, one of those losses was to Ohio State all the way back in week 1, and that was one of the big talking points at the beginning of the year when we saw how great that week 1 slate was. And we saw Texas, Ohio State, and Clemson, LSU that we thought at the time would be really good. And then Notre Dame, Miami. And it's like, We have 3 top 10 matchups. Somebody has to lose. Pretty much all these teams play in tough conferences. Like, they shouldn't get penalized for playing these tough games. I mean, that's going to get tested, right? That theory. Like, if Texas's 2 of their losses are at Georgia and at Ohio State, nobody's going to blame them for that. And then if they beat undefeated A&M, I mean, there is a case, but I think Texas needs some help. I think they need some chaos. Like, I think they need Auburn to beat Bama. I think they need Georgia to beat Georgia Tech. Like, they need some other things to happen. They maybe need Notre Dame to lose again, potentially. So I think there's some other things that Texas needs to fall their way. Probably need Oklahoma to lose again because they do have the head-to-head, and if the Sooners have 3 losses, Texas is that talking point. So I don't think Texas is totally dead, and I think it's great for them that A&M won this game so that A&M is going to be undefeated when they play them. But I think that is another one of these big talking points coming out of this past week was even losing to Georgia, does Texas still have a shot to make it in with 3 losses?
I think they still do, just simply because the committee has stood firm that they don't want to punish people for scheduling tough games. And I understand Georgia's not a non-conference, but I think that they don't want to penalize these teams for, losing these really tough matchups, especially on the road, because you look at Texas and that kind of fits the bill with Ohio State and with Georgia. But let's go back to Texas A&M for a second. Allow me to be a hater, because there are some haters of Texas A&M across the college football landscape who look at Texas A&M's schedule and they say, okay, they have 10 wins. They're undefeated. They're an SEC team, but they haven't had to play Alabama. They haven't had to play Georgia. And some of these SEC teams, they're SEC teams, but they're certainly not the cream of the crop. Do you think those people have a point? Where you look at Texas A&M's schedule and they do have the great win over Notre Dame on the road, 41-40. They've had this come from behind win, but some of these opponents on their schedule that were supposed to be hard, going on the road to LSU doesn't really mean the same thing as it would have, coming into this season. So I don't know. I look at their schedule and I think maybe these people have a point, but at the end of the day, they're undefeated.
I mean, when the new rankings come out tomorrow, the top 10 teams in the SEC outside of A&M are going to be Georgia, they haven't played, Ole Miss, they haven't played, Oklahoma, they haven't played, and Alabama I still think is going to be in the top 10 who they haven't played, right? So all the other top 10 teams in the league, Chelsea, they haven't played. So I think it is a fair point. Again, the Notre Dame win is a really good one. Yeah, I have to give them credit for that, even though LSU isn't very good. They had 2 losses. Their season was on the line. It's a night game in Death Valley. That's still an extremely tough place to play. They went in there and took care of business. I think A&M's a really good team. Would I bet them to win the national championship, though? I wouldn't. And to be honest with you, Chelsea, if I was an A&M fan, I would actually want to see them lose, either to Texas or in the SEC championship game, because I do not think you want to go into the playoff as an undefeated team. I don't see them going 15-0 and winning the national championship. You know what I mean? In this era of college football, I think you have to be a borderline generational team to do that. You got to be Joe Burrow's LSU team or one of those great Saban Bama teams, right? That was my problem with Oregon last year. Oregon was a great team. They were the number 1 team in the country, and they should have been, but they were undefeated. And I was like, is this Oregon team really good enough to beat 3 more top 10 teams, go undefeated, not have any losses? And that's why I wasn't a believer in the Ducks. I just didn't think they could do that. So, if you're a fan of Indiana or A&M, I think you kind of almost want your team to lose a game in the championship before they get to the playoff, because I don't think either of those teams. I think Ohio State's the only one that's good enough to go undefeated this season and win the whole thing. I don't think A&M or Indiana are capable of doing that.
Yeah, I think really the only negative about Ohio State I can say this year is that it just doesn't feel like they've faced a lot of adversity. You talk about teams going into the college football playoff not losing games. Ohio State hasn't even struggled. So it's one of those things where I wonder what the mentality is going to be if they find themselves down in a game for the first time in the college football playoff when all the pressure is on. But still, if that's the only problem you have with the team, you're doing something pretty right, which feels like the case for Ohio State. So, PJ, you went to Alabama. So I want to ask you about Oklahoma's upset over Alabama. 23-21 final score. I think going into this game, a lot of people thought this would be a bad matchup for Alabama, and it just was. So what do you take away from this game? Do you say, okay, Alabama just hopefully does not face somebody like Oklahoma in the playoff if they get there? Or do you say there are real problems when it comes to Alabama?
So I think Oklahoma's a good team, but I also think they are fraudulent. And the way that they win games is the formula that they used against Tennessee and Alabama, and that's turnovers. They forced 3 turnovers against Tennessee, and they forced 3 turnovers against Bama, and they had a defensive touchdown in each of those games, and they beat Tennessee by 6, and they beat Bama by 2. So those were the difference in the games. You know, when they stepped up and they played Ole Miss and they played Texas, they didn't force turnovers in those games, and they didn't win those games. So it's really that simple. Oklahoma's defense is the best in the SEC, and it's one of the best in college football. They are a terrific defense, but outside of the Bama and Tennessee game, like, they really haven't forced a lot of turnovers this season. So that was my talking point all week. You know, I got friends texting me, what do you think about the game? And I'm like, it's real simple. If Bama doesn't turn the ball over, they're going to win. If they do, they're probably going to lose. And they lost the turnover battle 3-0, and they were still only lost by 2, and they had their chances to win that game. So as great of the win as it was for Oklahoma, and you're going to hear this week they're peaking at the right time, 2 great road wins at Tennessee, at Bama. They got a championship defense, all these sorts of things. I still think they're a little bit of a fraud. Like, I still have my questions about that offense. I still don't think they're very good. And when their defense isn't forcing turnovers, and especially not scoring touchdowns, I think they're going to have a really tough time beating some of the top teams in college football. So, look, their last 2 games are against Missouri and LSU at home. They win those 2 games, which I think they will. They're going to be in the playoff. But when they get to the playoff, Chelsea, and they got to face some of these top teams in the country, and they're not forcing turnovers, I don't see Oklahoma winning some of these games and beating some of these top teams. So that was my big takeaway. I still think Alabama's the better team. I think if they played again, they'd beat them. It was just on that day, Oklahoma forced turnovers. They got 3 of them. They scored a pick 6, and that's why they won the game. So that's the formula for Oklahoma. If their defense can continue to force turnovers, they can beat good teams. If they can't, then they won't be able to beat good teams.
I think I understand the point that you're trying to make, is that turnovers sometimes can be like volatile, and maybe not a predictor that you can count on, like, you know, consistently. But you do look at this defense, and I do think some of it is because the defense brings so much pressure. Like, they had 4 sacks against Alabama in that game. And like, we've seen it all season long that this is schematically a great defense. And especially if you're talking about a team that'll probably have to go on the road in the college football playoff, I do feel like defense travels. And I do think that goes in the pros category when you're talking about Oklahoma. And there was a time where we were talking about John Mateer as one of the front runners for Heisman. So I do think that there is a reason why some people will still be high on Oklahoma just as a value play. But again, I think a lot of it, similar to Alabama, I think will be like matchup dependent. It really depends on who they face.
And, you know, I mean, since Mateer returned from the hand injury against Texas, he hasn't thrown more than 223 passing yards in any game. So they're just not getting that passing game that they were hoping they would get from Mateer, especially since the injury. So, like you said, that defense is really good. I mean, Oklahoma's defense is elite. That's what Venables does. I mean, he was an awesome defensive coordinator at Clemson. He had great defenses, and he's brought that over to Oklahoma. That offense, I don't see them, you know, being able to put up good points against really good defenses and good teams. So Oklahoma's put themselves in a great spot. They're 8-2. Their last 2 games are at home. They're going to be big favorites over a touchdown against Missouri and LSU. They should win both of those games. But again, if they don't force any turnovers against Missouri and LSU, that offense just isn't really going to put up a lot of points. And Missouri and LSU do have good defenses. So I think those games could be tricky. And because they did force 3 turnovers against Bama and Tennessee, you would expect a regression to hit at some point. So I think Missouri could be a nice underdog bet this week against Oklahoma. And I think LSU might be worth a look too, potentially against the Sooners.
Let me ask you this quickly, because we only have like 30 seconds left. Did your opinion change about Georgia at all over the weekend? Like, I had a pretty high opinion of Georgia going into the weekend. I don't think anything's changed for me.
No, I think it was more about Texas. Sark in these
Yeah.
big games at Texas just is not, and he hasn't figured out Georgia. He lost them twice last year and obviously again on Saturday. So, no, I'm with you. No real opinion change. Just more about I expect Texas to play better, and they did not.
I felt like Texas would have had to play a perfect game to keep up with Georgia, and they did not, in fact, play a perfect game. All right, coming up next, more NFL reactions. It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're off. We're rolling. It is a Monday. It is November 17th. In mere moments, we'll continue reacting to what we saw in the NFL, including one of the games that I was honestly a little disappointed that I woke up early for. So PJ Glasser in for Jenks because Jenks was overseas covering this game between the Commanders and the Dolphins. And I think where Jenks and the Commanders media team went over there to cover this game for a whole week. So they have all this buildup and all this hype for the Commanders and the Dolphins in Madrid, only to watch one of the worst games of football I feel like I've seen in a while. Like when it came to scoring in the red zone, both of these teams, it just felt like, you know, that meme of Kevin from The Office just like dropping the chili all over the floor. Like nobody could score. So PJ, I don't know if you woke up early to watch this game, but I did. And it was just instant regret. As somebody who had the over, this was an incredibly frustrating game to watch.
Oh, I woke up, Chelsea. This was one of my favorite plays from Sunday was Washington plus 2.5, and it was just an absolute heartbreaker. Because look, I mean, people know in the NFL, right? It's the same: buy low, sell high. And like, I immediately circled this game because the Dolphins were coming off that huge upset against the Bills, so they were riding high. It was time to sell on Miami after that big upset. And all Washington's done in their last 4 games has gotten just smoked by people. They lost by 22 to Dallas, 21 to KC, 24 to Seattle, 22 to Detroit. So they've been playing some of the top offenses in the league, some of the top teams in the league. Obviously, they've been dealing with Jaden's injury. So the recency bias of how Washington's looked with the upset that Miami had against the Bills, I just thought this was a perfect combination of people are going to be way too high on the Dolphins. I thought 2.5 was too many points. I thought the game should have been close to a pick'em. So I liked Washington. I felt like they were the right side in the game. They had plenty of opportunities to try and win it, and they just couldn't get it done. The muffed punt, and then the missed, I know it was a longer field goal towards the end of regulation, but you missed that. And then Mariota throwing the interception in overtime. It was brutal for people who had Washington like me. And then the over. I mean, Chelsea, for you, like you said, both teams were moving the ball, and then they get inside the 5 and they forget how to play football. It was brutal. So the over was a bad beat. Washington was a bad beat. That was a tough way to start the day. That's always the risk when you bet the international game to start your day, is when you like a play like we both did, where you love the over and I love Washington, and they lose. It's just like, oh, not the way you wanted to start the early slate on an NFL Sunday. So it was that was a tough way to start the day.
It's my own fault for betting on an international game, because usually I stay away from these for that reason. I say there's always chaos in these international games. Like, you know, the schedule is weird and the travel, it just kind of throws a kink in things. But like, it's not like they weren't moving the football. Like, that is the most frustrating part about this entire game, that every time they're in the red zone, you're like, okay, here we go, 7 more. Let's get the calculator out and see how many more touchdowns they need for me to hit this over. I wanted to bring in Denton here because we know Denton covers the team as well. Den, do you have any good takeaways from this game for the Commanders? Like, I guess their defense was better, but you watch that game and you try to pat somebody on the back after, number one, a loss, and number 2, the offensive atrocities that went down in the end zone. Like, what's your takeaway here?
Great takeaway, Chelsea. They lost the game, won the Reuben Bain sweepstakes, or at least got a win in the Reuben Bain sweepstakes. I mean, this is where the team is at. I didn't think they were going to go win that football game. I was a little upset that it was as close as it was. PJ got that at 2.5. I got it at 3, apparently. I thought I got it at 2.5. I got it at 3. So I pushed on that one because I had Miami. Nice. But this is just what Washington is. They're not great offensively. They're vanilla. They're boring. They're bland. And they were playing a quarterback that is not the most intelligent in the world. If Tua was an average quarterback, the Miami Dolphins would have won that game by probably 2 scores.
I think I was watching this game at certain moments and you're like, what is Tua doing? Like, I think there was one play where he was like scrambling around in the pocket and then he like pointed to somebody and like half a second later he just gets sacked. Like,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Tua's a tough watch.
He is a tough watch. And it's, obviously going to Alabama, I got a chance to watch him a lot. I thought he was going to be so good in the pros, and it's just it's wild to watch him now. And I know he's obviously had some injuries and some concussions and everything, but he is a tough watch. And it's brutal, and it's a brutal situation the Dolphins are in where they're clearly not good. They got to move on from the head coach. They got to revamp the roster. They got to get way better on both lines of scrimmage. But they paid Tua all this money, and they're kind of stuck with them, and they're trying to make it work. And he's just, it's obvious to everybody they're just not going to win anything of significance with him. And yeah, he made some interesting decisions yesterday. So yeah, both teams, like Denton said, right now, I guess for Washington, their season is definitely turned to the point where it's like you're just rooting for losses. You're rooting for the higher draft picks. And luckily for them, they still got Denver on the schedule, and they still got to play Philadelphia twice. So now the team hits the bye week, and Denton, do we know what's up with Jaden? Like, do they expect him or Terry to be back coming out of the bye, or what's the situation with those guys?
Terry, there's optimism. He was there in Spain, which they did not travel. Jaden, they usually don't travel injured, guys overseas, but Terry was there in Spain, so there's optimism that he's going to be back. We'll see about Jaden. He's not on injured reserve, so theoretically he could come back after the bye week, assuming that the elbow is good and taken care of and healthy. It just then becomes a question of, do they actually want to bring him back at that point? They're 3-8. This season is donezo. There's so many good teams in the NFC. You're not going to win the division because Philadelphia, as boring as they are, they keep winning. So I don't know what would be the reason to bring him back other than just for pride, and pride comes before the fall. You gotta make sure you're avoiding that.
I think I have one more question I want to ask before we move away from this super depressing game. Is that you look at the Dolphins, and like we were saying this about the Commanders, is that they really don't have anything to play for. But I think from a betting standpoint, you look at some of these teams, and honestly, I feel like Mike McDaniel has had several instances where he's trying to get fired, but yet they've won 2 games in a row. And I understand, like, LOL, a 2-game win streak, but I think it just goes to show that you can't bet against a team simply because they have no reason to win. Like, do you think that you look at some of these teams, you're like, why would they win? But, like, sometimes they do. It just makes betting that much more difficult.
It definitely does. Look, like usually the players aren't trying to tank and the coaches are trying to tank, but the front offices are, right? It's that old saying. So it's a key part of handicap in the NFL, especially this time of the year, now that we're starting to get towards the end of November and December, when these teams have an idea of whether or not they're going to miss the playoff, whether they have a chance to make the playoff. And motivation definitely plays a factor, especially for some of these teams that probably are going to be making a head coaching change at the end of the year. So Dolphins are definitely a team to watch how they play. I think Atlanta is a team to keep an eye on. They just continue to have brutal second straight week. They had another overtime loss, the Falcons, after a 1-point loss against New England. So how much more does Atlanta have left in the tank? And then I think Cincinnati is the other team, Chelsea. They were hoping to win yesterday's game, and they were hoping to kind of stay competitive in that division for when Joe Burrow comes back and maybe make a run at the playoffs. But their season's just about over too. So Miami, Atlanta, Cincinnati, I think these are all kind of teams to watch moving forward, and like what their motivation level is, how hard are they trying? Because we do see it every year in the NFL. There are a couple games where you just turn on the TV, you watch, and you're like, this team has quit. Like they're just not even trying anymore. So, the Dolphins, I don't know how happy their fans are that they're continuing to winning games, but it looks like they continue to fight. They're looking to continue to play hard for Mike McDaniel.
Yeah. I will say, in less depressing news, we at least got to watch Jameis Winston play football for the New York Giants. And I feel like this was the most Jameis game. Like, this was signature Jameis, where, he actually keeps a minute, the offense is going, and then what does he do? He throws a critical interception in the last few minutes of the game. Like, is this just, par for the course for Jameis? And then, like, maybe he gives you a chance to win, but Jameis giveth, and Jameis also taketh.
100%. Like you said, it really was the vintage Jameis game. My big takeaway though too is the Packers they don't look right, Chelsea. They don't, especially that offense. They there's something up with Green Bay. So look, a win's a win, especially on the road, and they needed one after a couple straight home losses to the Panthers and the Eagles, where their offense was abysmal. So they looked a little bit better on Sunday against a really bad Giants defense, but Josh Jacobs also got hurt in the game. So the Packers, I mean, this was a team that was favored to win the Super Bowl after their week 2 win against Washington, right? They make the trade for Parsons, all this hype, favored to win early in the season, and this is a team that just does not look good right now. So they get Minnesota at home this week as a 6-point favorite. It'll be interesting how that game goes with the Vikings losing another tough one to Chicago yesterday. But yeah, vintage Jameis game for the Giants, finding a way to lose. First game since getting rid of Dable. But the Packers, that was my big takeaway, was just another week where they just do not look as good as a lot of people thought they would coming into the season.
I think they were one of those teams where people jumped the gun and people wanted to believe in the Packers so much just because the big storyline with adding Micah Parsons. And plus, it's a team that's been pretty solid in the NFC over the last few years. It's just, I just don't think they've proved it for the rest of the season. And they do stand at 6-3-1, and that tie looms large, it feels like, against the Cowboys, because if it weren't for that, I think they would be tied for the best record in the NFC North, if I'm not mistaken. But they do have a big stretch where they can change things up because they play the Vikings, the Lions, and the Bears, all of the teams in the NFC North coming up. So I don't know. Maybe I'm still holding out some hope for the Packers because I do think there is a good team in there somewhere. It's just right now I think I need to wait and see. And I will believe it when I truly see it for more than a game.
I would agree. Like you said, 3 straight divisional games coming up. We're going to learn a lot about the Packers. But yeah, this is a team right now. We were talking earlier, in the show about teams you trust, and it feels like in the NFC, Rams and Eagles, just because the way that the Rams are playing, Eagles, their track record, winning the Super Bowl. We've seen them win plenty of big games. I think those are the only teams right now. Green Bay, definitely not a team I want any part of or would trust at all right now.
Yeah, I don't really trust them. So I'll believe it when I see it. And maybe we'll see it against the Lions. They do have a big matchup Thanksgiving week. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the show. Our biggest takeaways from the Eagles win last night over the Lions.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine. We've got a loaded hour on deck here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser, and for Jenks today. And we'll start with our biggest takeaways from the Eagles continuing to stack wins despite a lackluster offense. But man, is that defense something else. At 8:20, we'll get into our favorite plays in Monday Night Football. Speaking of lackluster, we get the Cowboys and the Raiders. But stay with us on this one, because this is where betting enters the chat. The total on this game is 50. So I do think you can make this game interesting by maybe betting on some props. And I think that a lot of these will be worth your wager. And then we saved our best for last. Our best bets come your way at 8:40. So PJ, I was just kind of looking at the standings from last year in 2024 around week 11. And I think it kind of proves the point that we have been making, is that there just doesn't feel like there's that many dominant teams in the NFL this year. Like last year, I'm looking at the Bills and the Chiefs. The Chiefs were 9-1 and the Bills were 9-2. You look at the Eagles and they had the same exact record at 8-2, but in their week 11 game, they trounced the Commanders 26-18, and Saquon Barkley ran for 146 yards. So a far cry from what the offense is doing this year, but also the Lions were 9-1. So it just feels like this year, I think that we need to preface what we say about the Eagles with the fact that it's all relatively speaking. Like throughout the NFL, like we are just not seeing that many teams that you can say, oh, the offense is trustworthy, the defense is trustworthy, and they're stacking wins. So I understand it's very easy to look at this Eagles offense and say, another pedestrian performance? What's wrong with the Eagles? But this year, maybe that's all it takes. Maybe you only have to have 2 of the 3 categories where you have at least one trustworthy unit, either the defense or the offense, and you have to be able to pull out games at the end, because the Eagles at least are doing 2 of those things right.
100%. I think this year too, Chelsea, the difference between the AFC and the NFC is just nuts, because right now you have 3 of the 4 division winners in the NFC from last year are currently leading the division this year, with Chicago being the only one that isn't, but Detroit is right there, just a game back. But Philly and the Rams are the 2 top teams, and those were 2 of the teams coming into the season we thought would be at the top. So the NFC, even though, you know, maybe we didn't expect Chicago to be this good, or maybe Carolina lurking for a playoff spot, kind of all the teams, maybe Seattle, all the teams we kind of expected to be in there are probably in there. The AFC is just insane, though, because the 4 teams that won the division last year in the AFC, 3 of them wouldn't even be in the playoffs if it started today. Houston, Kansas City, Baltimore, all 5-5, all won their division last year. And then Buffalo, who won the AFC East, they're 2 games, or they're a game and a half back still of New England. So I think that's what makes it so crazy, is the chaos in the AFC. And you mentioned the records of the teams last year. I mean, look, Denver, New England, 9-2, Indy, 8-2. So from a record standpoint, these teams are very good. Again, it's just teams that we necessarily didn't expect to be this good, and the teams we're not used to being the top teams in the AFC. The last 2 years, the AFC divisional round has been Baltimore, Kansas City, Buffalo, and Houston. Those have been the 4 best teams in the AFC the last 2 years. We figured New England, Denver, the Chargers, these teams would be better this year. They'd take a step up. But I don't know if we thought that in week 11, you know, that the 4 division winners from last year none of them would be leading their division at up to this point. So I think the difference in the parity between the AFC and the NFC is super fascinating. And to the point that you brought up, like, we had dominant teams last year, and it was the teams going into the year that we thought would be dominant. And right now, the teams that we thought would be dominant going into the season are just not. And a lot of them are outside of the playoff picture looking in, which is pretty wild. So it's going to be a final. It's going to be a fun final, like 6-7 weeks of the season, and excited to see how it all breaks out, especially in the AFC. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it does feel like the Eagles at least have things figured out on the defensive side of the ball to limit the Lions, and that offense that has so many explosive weapons to only 9 points is certainly something to hang your hat on. And the way that this defense has performed against the top contenders in the league is something that you can look at the Eagles and be like, okay, this is a consistent effort. They've got the playmakers, and we see this all the time. But let me ask you this, like, we're getting late in the season quick. Like, we're standing at week 11, November 17th. And let's see, the Eagles have 7 more games left in the regular season. Do you think they'll ever figure out the offense? Because here's the thing, like, the personnel hasn't changed that much since last year. So maybe it's a schematic thing. I think people point at the offensive coordinator and they say, hey, can we do something different? Because clearly this is not working. But we say that every week, and then it's the same result where the Eagles can't even scrape together 20 points, but the defense holds up their end of the bargain. But do you think that we can expect that the offense can get better over these next few weeks?
I think so. But again, I think if you're an Eagles fan, maybe what you're clinging to is that you just follow the Chiefs' blueprint from last season, where you're a team coming off a Super Bowl win. You're winning all these games that maybe necessarily you shouldn't be winning. You're not looking convincing at all. All the underlying metrics and stats tell you that you should not be this great of a team, that your record should not be this good, but you just keep finding ways to win. And then you look up at the end of the year, Kansas City's 15-2. They get the number 1 seed in the AFC. Teams have to go through Arrowhead, and they get right back to the Super Bowl, and they get exposed in the Super Bowl by a really good team. So, look, the Eagles, again, I mean, if the playoffs started today, they'd be the number 1 seed in the NFC. And even though they don't look all that great, like, how many teams do you like to go into Philadelphia and beat the Eagles, especially if it's a January or December game? Because, Chelsea, that's another thing too, right? Like, you're talking about a lot of these other top teams in the NFC. Probably the Lions and the Rams would be the first 2 that come to mind. Well, we know Jared Goff struggles outdoors and in cold weather. We saw that again last night. The Rams are an indoor team from LA traveling across the country to play probably in snow like they did last year or cold weather. And we know Stafford doesn't prefer that. So it's just such a huge advantage for Philly, that home field and playing outdoors against some of these teams that, look, they don't really have to be impressive. I do think their offense is probably going to be better, but I don't think it has to be elite. It doesn't have to look like it did last year for this team to go back to the Super Bowl. You know, they know how to win ugly. They know how to just win, period. And I just think, you know, if they get home field and they get that number 1 seed, they're going to be a tough team to beat in the NFC.
Well, and even if the Rams get the number 1 overall seed, they don't have a home field advantage. Like, this has been noted by even the wives on the team, where it's Kelly Stafford pleading with Rams fans to please buy tickets so the opposing team doesn't buy them all up. So I think that, you know, you're onto something, certainly with the Eagles, if they continue to stack wins. But I do think the mentality is different for these teams who are coming off Super Bowl wins, or at least going to the Super Bowl. It almost feels like survive and advance, where you don't have to win big. You simply have to win because you start from the schedule. When you win a Super Bowl, you're going to be playing in a bunch of primetime games, and you're going to be playing the best of the best, because that's kind of how scheduling works, is that the best teams play the best teams. You know, like, you're not getting an easy schedule coming off winning the Super Bowl. So I think it's one of those things where, you know, it's fine to cruise by and just win those games, just because your season last year was such a grind, having to play all those extra games. Then you get the tougher schedule. That I think that if you're an Eagles fan and you're standing at the ledge right now and you're like, oh, what's going on with their offense? A.J. Brown's going to throw an absolute temper tantrum. But at the end of the day, you're 8-2, and especially this year where we just talked about it, where it feels like there's more parity than we've seen in several years, I think the Eagles are just fine.
I mean, Chelsea, like, think about this, right? After week 11 last year, Saquon Barkley, 6 of those 10 games, because they had a bye in week 5 last year, 6 of those 10 games, Barkley ran for over 100 yards. Do you know how many games this season Saquon Barkley has ran for more than 100 yards? Just 1. That's it. So, I mean, that's the root of the Eagles' problems right there. We know how historic a season Saquon had. We know how unbelievable he was just about every week last season. They can't get that run game going. I mean, he's only had one game over 150 yards. So that's kind of the scary part with Philly is they're winning all these games and they're really not running the ball well. If they can ever get Saquon going again, they're going to be tough to deal with. So, yeah, I mean, look, the Eagles, obviously, from an eye test standpoint especially, I mean, they're not looking good. They've only scored 2 touchdowns each of the last 2 weeks, but they've won on the road at Lambeau, and they beat Detroit at home. So they haven't been playing well at all against 2 of the top teams we perceive in the NFC, and they've won both of those games.
Yeah, I think sometimes stats can be misleading as well because, like, you look at the Eagles who have such a tough schedule, and they're, having to play, like, contender after contender, and then you look at some of these teams, like, I hate to pick on the Colts, but, like, the Colts run up the numbers on, like, some of these bad teams, and they do have some good wins. I'll say that. I am just saying that sometimes it's not great apples to apples comparison when you're talking about offensive numbers. Let's talk about the Lions for a second, because speaking of contenders, the Lions do look like one of the best teams in the NFC, and I was really excited for this game. I did think that we would see more from this Lions offense, but again, the playmakers on the Eagles defense are some of the best defensive playmakers we see across the league. So, PJ, did you have any takeaways on the Lions here? Do you think this tarnishes any opinion you had of them? Or do you say, hey, this Eagles defense is just playing on another level right now?
It's just the same. The spread was the same for the Eagles-Lions game that it was for Chiefs-Lions when those 2 teams played on Sunday night. That's the game the Lions also lost and they didn't cover. I think my biggest concern for the Lions is Jared Goff, again, playing outdoors against elite teams. Like, if he has to do that in the playoffs, what that's going to look like. But as much as we all love Dan Campbell, and as much as he is one of the top coaches in the NFL, him going for it on 4th down, like, I think more often than not is going to kill them in a lot of these big games. And a couple years ago, when they had that big lead in the second half against San Francisco, him trying to go for it on 4th down a lot, like, that got him into trouble. So, again, they were 0 for 5 on 4th down last night. And when you're a good team, when you're playing against a good team like the Eagles, like, think about how far, like, just kicking field goals would have got them in the game last night. I mean, if he would have kicked 3 field goals instead of going for it on some of those 4th downs, he could have won that game last night. So I know it's in his DNA. I know he's not going to change, but I mean, 4th down variance is so hit or miss. You just never know what it's going to look like on a week-to-week basis. And it's a tough part of the handicap with the Lions because it's going to be a big part of a lot of games they play in. And more often than not, they're successful. But when it backfires on them like it did in that Chiefs game and like it did last night against the Eagles, it's hard to overcome that. So that's always a concern I have with Detroit is that Dan Campbell, we all love the aggressiveness, but sometimes he just overdoes it just a little too much, and it can really hurt his team.
I think people like to forget this or just, like, shove it under the rug just because Dan Campbell is so likable. And I think people don't want to poke holes in him, but you're right. Like, a couple years ago, this was a very big reason, or at least one of the reasons, that, was kind of their Achilles heel. And the postseason is, the decisions to go for it on 4th down. And I'll say this, like, they weren't even good on 3rd downs last night either. 3 of 13 on 3rd downs, 0 of 5 on 4th down. Like, that's not going to cut it. But you're right. Like, when your defense, and I think this is something to hang your hat on as well. Like, the Lions defense is, had some hits and some misses, but the defense was pretty solid. When you limit the Eagles, and I understand the Eagles have not had the best offensive showing this year, but still, you limit Jalen Hurts to only 135 yards passing, you're doing something right. So it's got to be disappointing for this defensive unit to continue to limit the Eagles to field goals for most of the night, and then you come away empty-handed because your offense can only score 9 points. Very few games are you going to win in the NFL when you can only put up a 9.
Chelsea, I think it's one of the most underrated parts of being an NFL coach that not a lot of people talking about, and it's the decision to go for it or kick a field goal. And as fans, we can sense, right? Like when you see the offense go back out there on 4th down and you're like, why are they going for it? Like, they're just not going to get it. Like, kick the field goal. You're going to get stuffed. Like, don't do that, right? I mean, you saw it so many times in the Washington-Miami game yesterday. Like, there's such important decisions that don't get talked about enough, but it's one of the biggest things a head coach does every Sunday or whenever they play, that decision to kick or go for it. And Dan Campbell, if he has the chance, is almost always going to go for it. And, like you said, it doesn't get talked about enough because of how likable he is, but usually it's the downfall of the Lions in big games.
Yeah. All right. So we have a big game in quotation marks tonight, Monday Night Football, Cowboys and Raiders. We can make it big, though, if we have a bunch of bets. We'll give you ours after the break on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We got Monday Night Football on the cards tonight. So, of course, we're going to have some bets for you guys. Cowboys and Raiders on the docket. I'm Chelsea Messenger. PJ Glasser in for Jenks today. So, PJ, we were just talking about this during the break, and the total in this Cowboys-Raiders game is 50. So I do think a lot of people will look at the anytime touchdown bets and say, oh, this is a great market for anytime touchdowns. And, maybe there's, 11 touchdowns scored in this game, and we see something like the Giants and the Cowboys earlier in the season. But I was just saying this. I feel like based on the prices that we get for anytime touchdowns, I wrestle with the fact that I don't really think that these are always smart bets. Because we see this all the time. A guy like, say, a running back can have a banner night, where I think Derrick Henry is probably the best example of this, where he can run for like $150 and, be really efficient and have all these big runs. But then it comes to, the red zone, and it's somebody else who gets the actual touchdown. So we see some of these games where Derrick Henry's like minus 200 to score a touchdown, and he doesn't even score one. So when it comes to props, I don't find myself being a big anytime touchdown bettor.
I'm with you, not as much anymore. I mean, the prices for these guys to score just aren't good. It's that keyword value that is talked about so often on these betting shows, but just feels like nowadays, I mean, these anytime touchdown prices are not good at all. Like Genty to score a touchdown tonight, minus 165 on BetMGM. Why would you ever lay that price with Ashton Genty to score a touchdown? Now, if the Raiders do score, he's probably the one finding the end zone, and I understand Dallas has a bad defense, but my God, the Raiders offense has been atrocious this season, so to lay that kind of price, not great. Even Javonte Williams, I know he scored a lot of touchdowns for Dallas at minus 165. Like, that's crazy. So usually I think nowadays, Chelsea, when it comes to anytime touchdown market, I like chasing the quarterbacks. I think that's where the value is. Now, obviously, it depends, right? Like Matt Stafford's price is going to be a lot better than like Jalen Hurts' price and those kind of things. But both quarterbacks tonight are 7-1 with Dak and Geno Smith. Both are capable of a QB sneak if they're short and in distance. Both are also capable of scrambling if nothing's open. So when I get quarterbacks like that, like, again, Aaron Rodgers doesn't do QB sneaks. Some of these quarterbacks don't do them. But if you get quarterbacks that do and quarterbacks that will take off if there is a lane, I think that is worth a look. So I kind of think nowadays with anytime touchdown scores, like those are kind of the only guys where there's value potentially. So that would be the one I look at. Like, I like Pickens to find the end zone tonight, but at plus 135, like that just doesn't really excite me all that much. I'd rather just bet his longest reception prop, like you were talking about earlier, his receiving yards, something. So, yeah, the market, it seemed like, was a lot more fun a couple years ago, but nowadays the prices are just not as enticing as they were.
I just feel like if you bet on yardage, like you have more opportunity and the floor is higher for like, you to get your bet, as opposed to, I was just looking at the Raiders. The Raiders are averaging 15 points a game this year. That's roughly 2 touchdowns if you're lucky. So you are saying one of those 2 touchdowns has to be Ashton Genty. So like, I don't love the chances there just because it feels like other guys can get in. And you're talking about like quote unquote value on some of these quarterbacks. Like the Dallas defense is plus 550. Defense or special teams touchdown is actually a shorter price than Dak Prescott to run it in. And it's based on numbers, and Dak Prescott has not scored a lot of running touchdowns so far this season. But I feel like relative to the price, there's a window and a chance for Dak Prescott to score a touchdown, especially when you talk about these games and these teams that are kind of in desperation mode. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I love quarterback rushing props, not even the touchdown ones, but like just the rushing props, when teams feel like they're in a very desperate spot. Like, I don't love betting on quarterback rushing props when a team's going to win by like 30, because why would you risk getting yourself hurt? But again, for some of these teams who are, desperate to win games, desperate to, keep their team in it, I do feel like that's the time to bet on quarterbacks to take off with their legs.
Totally agree. I especially like that in the playoffs. That's always the first thing That's always the first thing I look for, because the nice thing about the playoffs is when those lines and games drop, the props immediately drop as well. There's so much data on these teams. The books already kind of know the numbers they want to go with, and those things get steamed the closer and closer we get to kickoff. So to your point, a lot of these big games, these quarterbacks, instead of maybe when it's week 2, they just throw the ball away or they just slide down, they might be lowering the shoulder and trying to get some extra yardage. So that is always a good angle in some of these big games, and then could obviously lead to them finding the end zone. So, yeah, I mean, you bring up a really good point again about the Raiders. They only average 15 a game, probably 2 touchdowns, and Genty's minus 165 to score 2 of them. So I do like that. But yeah, I think you're right. Like, if you're going to go with a top running back or top receiver, instead of betting them to score a touchdown, just get the better number at these alt prices, right? Like, don't bet Genty to score a touchdown. Bet his alt number to go over 100 rushing yards, or CeeDee Lamb that we were talking about earlier. Why bet him to score at plus 110 when you can bet him to have 100 or more receiving yards at plus 135? Like, that just seems like the better bet to me. So kind of think that's where we're transitioning nowadays, is the alt market for these top guys is better than for them to find the end zone.
Yeah, I do think that if you get to the plus money side of things, then obviously, like, not to get into the math too much, but you don't have to win at nearly as high of a clip to be, come out profitable as if you do where you're betting minus 140s and stuff. And I've had to learn that the hard way. But still, I understand it's very easy to cling to the ones that feel like the quote unquote safe bets. Let's get some bets on the card, though. So the line in this game is the Cowboys laying 3.5, total of 50. So let's start there. From a side or a total standpoint, is there anything that you would put on the card here?
Yeah, I would probably lean towards the Raiders plus 3.5. I don't think it'll be a full unit play for me, but probably like a half unit just to have some interest on the game. And it really just comes down to Dallas, and I do not want to lay 3.5 points on the road in an NFL game with that defense. They're going to be able to score, but as we know, they tend to have a tough time getting stops, and the Raiders have had a tendency to play some teams tight at home this year. So I do think it can be a close game. Both teams coming off a bye week, so both teams should be fresh. You get the better head coach with Vegas and Pete Carroll, maybe have his team a little bit better prepared. So I like the Raiders plus 3.5. I'm staying away from the total at 50.5. Anytime the Cowboys are involved, you would probably lean towards the over, but just because of how bad the Raiders' offense has been this season, I can't get there with betting an over or even an under. So pass on the total. I would lean Raiders plus 3.5.
Yeah, it also feels like we've seen like a lot of rock fights in primetime games as well, which I don't think it's going to be the case here. But again, you're looking at a total of 50, so you need a lot of points. You need people to convert inside the red zone with touchdowns and not field goals. Those are killers of the over. So I'm not going to lean towards a side here. I just think that the takeaway for me is that the Cowboys have not been a trustworthy favorite, losing outright in 3 of their last 4 games as favorites. So I would say don't bet on the Cowboys. Maybe if you lean towards the side, it's the Raiders. But boy, have the Raiders looked bad this year as well. So none of the above for me. I do think that this is going to be a great game for props. And I think we have several good options. Just simply from a grid standpoint, if you look at matchups and you look at like fantasy points against and what other teams are allowing against like opposing receivers, like the Cowboys feel like a smash spot for opposing wide receivers because they're giving up the most fantasy points and the most receiving yards to opposing wide receivers. But this is where it gets kind of tricky. The Raiders feel like they don't have a true number 1 receiver right now because they trade away Jacoby Myers. And so last game, it was Tyler Lockett who had the most targets. I think he only had like 40 yards receiving, though. It was against the Broncos. It was not, a great game for him. But still, you look at the receiving core and you say, okay, maybe they treat Brock Bowers as somebody who is your number 1 receiver, even though he's a tight end. But the number on Brock Bowers tonight is 72.5, and it's juiced at minus 140. Sometimes when they put these numbers like alarmingly high, I will say this, guys can go way over them. And we've seen Brock Bowers have a massive game this year, had 127 yards and 3 touchdowns against the Jags earlier this season. Plus, he feels like he's fully healthy back in the lineup tonight. So maybe that's why that number is where it is. But from a receiving standpoint, do you go with somebody on the Raiders Or do you trust the Cowboys receivers who don't on paper have the best matchup, but like it's not like the Raiders are a defensive stalwart either, and CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens feel like they have higher floors?
Yeah, we talked about Pickens earlier. I would probably look at him on the Cowboys side. He's been so consistent this year for Dallas. He really has, and he popped off in a couple of games without Lamb, but since CeeDee's return, he's still stayed pretty consistent, and he's right around that like 75, 80 receiving yard range, and he's got a favorable matchup again tonight. And then I think Ferguson's taken a big hit from Lamb returning, where Ferguson was getting a ton of receptions, yards, touchdowns. His production has dropped. So I think Ferguson would be the guy to probably fade, and then Pickens would be the guy to look at. Like you said, I think Lamb's price is a little too inflated or a little too much juice. Then on the Raiders side, it's tricky. Dallas is the worst in the NFL from a fantasy standpoint, Chelsea, in terms of opposing wide receivers, but they're middle of the pack against tight ends. But as we know, Brock Bowers isn't your average tight end, and the Raiders, he's essentially their number one guy. So I don't look into that too terribly much, and you could argue because he kind of is a receiver, probably should have a good game against this Dallas defense. I think the Lockett angle is interesting. I think Tucker is pretty fascinating too. I think because those guys, their totals are a little bit lower and they are going up against such a bad pass defense, I would probably look more so towards them. I think Lockett's pretty interesting as well with the lower numbers. So, I think Tucker, Lockett would be the guys on Vegas that I would look at. And I think I would roll with Pickens tonight if I were to do anything in the prop market with any of the Dallas wide receivers. He's just been super consistent, super steady. And I think this is another good matchup for him tonight against that Raiders secondary.
I also think that you have to look at the overall offense, because you need a quarterback who obviously can get the ball to your receiver or your tight end. And you need an offense that can move the chains, and pick up first downs. And right now, I'm not sure if I can trust Geno Smith. Like when you're looking at somebody who's had like 143 yards. Okay, he had 284 against the Jags, 67 yards against Kansas City, 174 against a bad Titans defense. That's the thing. It's that if you have one of these receivers, say Brock Bowers for 72.5 yards, that is a very large slice of a pie that feels like a small pie. So for me, I think I'd rather trust a receiver in an offense on Dallas that's scoring the third most points of any team in the league. Like it does feel like it's a more consistent offense overall. So I feel like the pie is bigger. So when you take a slice of it, it feels more comfortable to me to go with somebody on the Cowboys. And you look at George Pickens, and he's putting up CeeDee Lamb type numbers, but you get him for 20 yards less. Like George Pickens' number tonight is 65.5. CeeDee Lamb is 89.5. So if both those guys have been having similar outputs, also with George Pickens having, the long receptions, like he's the down the field guy, and that could be a big chunk yard that, if you're talking about 65 yards, he's had long receptions of over 40 yards in 3 games this year. So I think George Pickens, if you're picking like, an order of props tonight, I think I'm going to go with George Pickens at number 1.
I think I'm right there with you. I think this could be a Pickens game tonight as well. If you're looking at the running backs, Chelsea, would you do anything with Gentry tonight or even with Javonte Williams? Javante's been a fantastic, he's scored a lot this season. He's got 8 touchdowns for Dallas so far. He's hit or miss when it comes to the rushing numbers. He's had 2 games where he's gone over 100. He's had a game where he's gone for 97. He had 83 in their last game against Arizona. So he's kind of been up and down. He's been pretty consistent. And again, against the Raiders defense, I could see him having a good game. And then Gentry has been a little bit better. At times, he's only had 1 game. He's gone over 100 yards. That Raiders offensive line is no good. And because there's no threat of the pass, they kind of just load up on Gentry in the box. But again, Dallas's defense isn't great. So maybe this is the kind of game where he does have some success. I'd probably lean more towards Javonte if I had to. But because the matchup tonight, they're going up against a bad defense, maybe this is a game where Gentry has some success.
I just don't know. Again, it's one of those things where you have to trust the offense as a whole. Because, think about it. If they can't get the passing game, like you mentioned, it's a lot easier to stuff the run. However, we have seen, little flashes of Ashton Gentry. What was it? was it that Broncos game where it was like the first quarter, he was like running all over him, and you're like, wow, Ashton Genty, he's really made his mark here. But he only finished with 60 yards. So I think a lot of it kind of depends on the number tonight. So let's see what it is, because sometimes it's a matter of, okay, the number's low. 62.5. That's still a pretty healthy total. And you're talking about a Raiders team where, if you believe the odds makers, they're going to be in a losing game script. Maybe not by much, but I don't love playing running backs who are supposedly going to be playing from behind. All right, coming up next, we'll put our money where our mouth is and tell you our best bets of the entire day. It's coming up next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. Time to land the plane. It's the final segment of the Daily Tip here on a Monday. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser in for Jenks today. And in mere moments, we'll give you our favorite plays of the slate, whether it's NFL, whether it's college basketball. I was just talking with PJ about Maction, and I was just saying, I feel like I haven't followed it at all this year. I understand it's not Mondays, but it's like Tuesdays or Wednesdays, I think, like after the month of October. I don't know. Like maybe it's because my plate has been so full with like the NFL, and we've had so much going on with college football where it's not only handicapping the games, but also handicapping the college football playoff, that maybe it's just I have too much on my plate. And also with like college hoops creeping in as well. Let me ask you, like, what's the most degenerate football game you think you've watched this year?
It's a good question. Probably Missouri State and Marshall, I want to say. All the way back early on in the season. Well, I bet USC against Missouri State in week 1. They were laying like 36.5. It was Missouri State's first year in FBS football. And Denton knows this. Like, you just bet Lincoln Riley the first couple weeks in the season when he's at home playing like crappy, low-level teams. He just runs up the scores and they just demolish them. So I watched the game because I wanted to see USC, and I was actually impressed with Missouri State. And I'm like, this team's like not awful. Like, I kind of like them. And Marshall played Georgia in week 1. So I knew they were going to be a little beat up. And Missouri State was like a 9.5-point dog. And I'm like, I think that's too many points. So I took them plus the 9.5, and I took them on the money line as well. And they actually won the game outright. So I was locked in on Missouri State, and it was a great game. And I was happy that they won outright. So that was probably my most degenerate game, Chelsea. And that's how it goes. You bet a game, and then you realize like, oh, that team's not terrible. And you bet them again. And, you end up spending a Saturday watching Missouri State and Marshall.
I feel like bettors never forget. It's funny how, like, if you just ask sports fans, like, what the score of a certain game is, and I feel like they don't remember, bettors remember. Like, they can tell you to a T what happened, because it just feels like if you have money on a game, like, you gonna remember if you win that game or not. And especially when it comes to bad beats. Like, you definitely don't forget those ones where you lost money and you should have won money. But I'll say, like, when it comes to college football, I don't feel like I bet on as many, like, quote-unquote degenerate games as I do in college hoops. Like, degenerate season is coming up. I don't think that they have the same team names anymore, but IUPUI versus IPFW, like, I think that's the worst game across all sports that I've ever bet on in basketball.
There was a time a couple years ago when IUPUI, when they were IUPUI because they've changed their name now, they used to be must-watch TV from an under standpoint. First half unders, full game unders. It was like the best bet in college basketball. They were a horrific offensive team, and I would just bet that in every game they play. So I'm with you. I am well-versed in the IUPUI basketball universe. I've watched them many a time. But yeah, that's a pretty good one. We got Feast Week coming up here, Chelsea, in college basketball. We're going to start getting games at noon and 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So you'll get plenty of opportunities to bet on some of these degenerate and mid-major schools here coming up.
Ooh, can't wait. What is IUPUI now? Like, do you know what they changed their name to? Like, it's sad because I like saying IUPUI.
I do. Let me look it up. I actually can't remember right now off the top of my head. It's Indiana University. It's IU Indy is what it is now. IU Indy instead of IUPUI. Yeah, I know.
And I always remember IPFW is the Mastodons. Like, what a mascot. IPFW. But yeah, those days are coming. Just look towards the bottom of KenPom, and that's usually where you'll find those teams. It's like, you always wonder there's how many teams are actually in college basketball. Just look at those offensive rankings and you'll find out. It's usually like 362 or something, which is like comically bad.
It is. Mississippi Valley State is like always the worst team in the country. So they're always towards the bottom too.
Gotta love college hoops. It's KenPom season, baby. All
Yes, it
right.
is.
Well, it's also NFL season. We've got a couple of bets, and we'll see who we have the most faith in today.
Time to place your bets.
All right, best bet for me is going to be in Monday Night Football. Big matchup between the Cowboys and the Raiders if you're talking about points, because the total in this one is 50. So I think I'm going to look at this game from a props perspective, and I'm going to look at the offense that feels more trustworthy to me, because you look at Dallas, and of course they're underachieving this year, but still they're scoring the third most points per game of any team in the NFL. So I still think it is matchup proof, and it's not like the Raiders defense scares me. And here's the thing, you get a pretty good number on George Pickens tonight. So 64.5 receiving yards. I'm going to hit the over for minus 114, just because George Pickens has been putting up CeeDee Lamb type numbers, but you get his prop almost like 20 yards shorter than what you have to pay on CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb's 89.5. So the game logs for George Pickens are as follows: 79, 78, 82, 168, and 57. And even if you look at those last few games, like the targets have been there, because usually you think of George Pickens as the longest reception guy. He hasn't even had those in the past couple of games, and he's still gone well over his receiving mark. So if you pepper in like one long reception of like 40 yards, which I think he is fully capable of doing, I think he goes way over this mark. So I think Dak Prescott has a good matchup tonight, and especially when some of the eyes and attention have to go to CeeDee Lamb, I think George Pickens breaks off one of those big receptions, and I think he has a good day when it comes to stats. So let's go over 64.5 receiving yards for George Pickens tonight of the Dallas Cowboys. All right, PJ, what's your best bet?
I'm just going with the side in the game, Chelsea. I'll take the Raiders plus 3.5 against Dallas. Both teams are coming off a bye. For me, though, it's about the number, getting 3.5, and it's just this Dallas defense on the road laying 3.5 points. You know, like, they're not Cincinnati bad, but they're not too far off. They're the worst against opposing wide receivers. They're bottom 3 against opposing running backs. Like, they don't stop anything. So Geno Smith and the Raiders have really struggled this season, but I think this is a game where maybe they can get Genty going a little bit, have some success with Brock Bowers. And look, Dallas is maybe a look-ahead spot. They got the Eagles at home next week. So, you know, they'll have an eye on that game. They got the Chiefs upcoming on Thanksgiving. So they got some massive games coming up against the last two teams that played for the Super Bowl. And all that's in between, coming off their bye week, is a trip to Vegas against a bad Raiders team. So I think Vegas can keep this close. I think it can keep it within the number. But it's really, for me, about this Dallas defense on the road. I do not trust them to cover the 3.5. So I think the Raiders keep it close. I think they could win the game. So I'll take Vegas, my best bet, plus 3.5.
It also feels like Dallas has been overvalued this year. Like, we talk about them underperforming, but like the market has still been kind of wrong on them. You look at their last 4 games as favorites, and they've lost 3 of those 4 outright. So I just think it's one of those things where you look at this game from the start and you say, okay, is Dallas a trustworthy favorite? And the answer is no. Like, if there's ever a spot for Geno Smith to maybe have a good game, which I know has not been the norm this year, it's against this Dallas offense or defense, excuse me. Because we've seen Russell Wilson have a great game against this Dallas defense. So maybe it's the case for another oldie but goodie quarterback in Geno Smith. All right, so I don't think we have any other bets. PJ, do you have any leans? Maybe not official plays, but things that you're kind of leaning towards?
I'm going to take a futures position on the Bears to miss the playoffs at minus 105. I think that's a great price. You know, they're 7-3 right now. They're leading the division, but their schedule gets a lot tougher, and they still have to play Green Bay twice. They still have to go on the road and play Philly. Still have to go on the road and play San Francisco. They still have to play Detroit. And then the other 2 games they get are home against Pittsburgh this week and home against Cleveland as well. Cleveland defense is very good. And, you know, Caleb Williams is the kind of quarterback. I've seen Tomlin and the Steelers so many times just win those kind of games and just force 3 or 4 turnovers and find a way with that voodoo magic to get a win. So it looks like it's going to be Mason Rudolph this week potentially, but I just think that schedule, the way that it sets up for the Bears and the fact the NFC is pretty tough and they got so many teams with good records, I think the Bears, even though it's been a good start, the regression is going to hit here at some point. So minus 105 for Chicago to miss the playoffs, I think is a good bet. So yeah, I'm gonna take a position on that here after the show.
Yeah, there's one other bet that I feel like if you look at the matchup grid and you say, okay, the Cowboys are playing tonight and their defense is giving up the most receiving yards to opposing wide receiver, we got to bet some type of receiver on the Raiders, do we not? But then you look at the Raiders receiving core and they don't even have a true number one receiver. So like it sucks that the matchup is so good and it feels like there's nobody that can take advantage of it. And maybe you say to yourself, okay, Brock Bowers, he's a tight end, but he's treated like a receiver when it comes to targets. But his number tonight is 72.5. Like he's averaging 63 this season, and he's had some really low outputs. I understand like the last time he played was against the Broncos, which is a very tough defensive matchup. But 72.5, like that's a high number for somebody like Geno Smith and this Raiders offense that I do not implicitly trust. Like, is anybody going to be shocked if Geno Smith throws for like 135 yards? No. So 72.5 is a big slice of that pie. So that is a big sabotage factor for me. But again, the matchup is the best matchup you could possibly think of.
It's tough, to bet on the Raiders and their prop market because you don't know. This is the kind of game where it's bad on bad. One of the worst offenses in the league versus one of the worst defenses in the league. So, does somebody have an advantage? Is it just a low-scoring game? Do we get a shootout? It's tough. The Raiders are a tough team to bet on from a prop standpoint. They've been so bad just about all year. Genty's only had one game. He's rushed for over 100 yards. Bowers has been their only consistent receiving option. So it's a tough team to bet on. I like your Pickens play. I think definitely Dallas is more so the team to target props with. But, yeah, when it comes to the Raiders, I just, it's one of those things that I just don't feel like anything's a good angle, Like you're trying to fade the Dallas defense, but you just don't really know with like what players you want to fade them with.
Yeah, like over the weekend, I was thinking to myself, oh, the Dolphins have a great matchup on paper. The Commanders' defense has been like a great matchup to target for opposing offenses. And what do the Dolphins do? They score a total of 16 points, even going to overtime. So sometimes the matchup isn't everything. All right, that's going to do it for us here at the Daily Tip. Have a great Monday. Best of luck on all of your bets. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. in the East. Have a great day.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
It's Monday, November 17th. I'm Sammy P. Joe O. Joining us shortly here. Kansas City Chiefs lose again, and the fallout is real. They are not a good football team, and they lose to the Denver Broncos, who now have a 3.5-game lead in the AFC West. Joe, I don't think a lot of people saw that one coming. I think everybody expected the Chiefs to win. The question wasn't would they win, it was by how much. And they do not. They fall and lose outright to the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, but we did say multiple times throughout the week, perfect NFL would be that performance you got out of the Broncos last Thursday night against the Raiders. They come back, massive game, in their minds, division on the line, and they win the game. You know, I don't know. Yeah, I felt that everybody thought that Chiefs were going to win. I didn't hear a lot of people betting the Chiefs minus 3.5, minus 4, and that line was not moving throughout the week. I don't know, man. We had a lot of really good games, and I felt some were popular maybe we're in our bubble, but I didn't get the sense that a lot of people were laying it with the Chiefs and they're like, oh, this is a guaranteed spot. When you go on the road to Denver, you face that defense, a team that knows you. Vance Joseph knows him. He shut that team down. Well, his players have, but schematically, he has in the red zone for a few years now. I can't say that I'm shocked by that result. The shocking part is looking at the standings and seeing 5-5. That's the shocking part. They were out of the playoffs going into that game. They had 2 weeks to prepare, and they end up with a loss. Couple brutal turnovers. It's a tough matchup, and you don't know. I'm not saying he was great, but he wasn't what we saw in the last game. You don't know on a game-to-game basis what you're going to get out of Bo Nix. Is he a version of Sam Darnold that we saw yesterday, or is he a guy that's like, hey, you know what? He's all right. He didn't lose the game for us. With this defense, he can be just fine. And you got the Bo Nix that was just fine, and that's all you needed when you have that attacking defense.
That's a 3.5 game lead now for the Denver Broncos. And I think we all want to look at the path and just snap our fingers and think the Chiefs are going to be okay. And look, I'm not going to sit here and say that they're going to miss the playoffs because I still think that they sneak in, but they have done themselves no favors. And how much worse of a loss does that L against Jacksonville look now? Because Jacksonville pounds the Chargers, and Jacksonville technically has a 2-game lead on the Chiefs now, because if you're 1 game up in the standings, you also have the tiebreaker. So Kansas City would technically have to be ahead of Jacksonville. If they're tied, the Jags own the tiebreaker. And look, you can't lose a division in September, but you can certainly put yourself behind the 8 ball. And the way that they started just wasn't great. They weren't healthy. Rashee Rice was suspended. Worthy was banged up. It's a team that obviously has playoff pedigree, but you better get to the playoffs. Can you imagine? Like, we talk all the time about teams that were supposed to do this and then do that. If they miss the playoffs with this roster and this quarterback and this head coach, I mean, before the season, I don't even remember the price because it wasn't even a conversation. Like, you would have never thought that Kansas City would be 5-5 through 10 and potentially be a team that could be on the outside looking in.
They're still 10-1 for the Super Bowl. They were the favorite going in yesterday. But, okay, you slide them back. How much do you slide them back? Because you got to remember, yesterday they were 7-1. So, I mean, do you double it? You can't really do that. The joke was probably them being the favorite going into that game yesterday with 4 losses on the season. So for them to miss, still plus money. Get plus, let's call it 175. I wouldn't bet it. Would you?
No, I wouldn't bet to miss. I would have bet to miss 3 weeks ago. I mean, now's not the time. I mean, now, if anything, would be the time to lay a cheap favorite price. I just think it's fascinating because there were so many people that were like, oh, well, they'll just figure it out and rattle off all these wins in the playoffs. And the reality is they're going to have to go on the road for the first time ever and win all 3 games to get to the Super Bowl. And they've never had to do that. And we talked about this a couple weeks ago. You know, they've had the division title every year that Mahomes has been a starter in this league. 7 straight AFC West titles. They're not winning this AFC West. There's the take. They're not winning this division because Denver's defense is so good. It's a different ball game when we're talking about, all right, let's put Mahomes on the road in the playoffs in Denver. Like, I still, in some weird way, even though they just lost this game, I still trust them more in the playoffs. But there's such a huge gap between the Broncos and the Chiefs right now that I just don't think Kansas City is going to cut that through. So, no, I'm not going to bet them to miss the playoffs, but I'm not betting them to win the AFC. I'm not betting them to win the Super Bowl. I've been adamant on that for about a month now.
I'm trying to – okay, if you look at potential losses down the road, well, you've got the Colts next. You're at home. but it's still a damn good Colts team. You have to play the Broncos again in Week 16. Those are the ones that trip up. What version of the Chargers are you going to get? They do host the Texans. Very winnable games, likely wins. I'd say going to Dallas. You got Patrick Mahomes going against that defense. That Thanksgiving game should be a win. No guarantees. They go to Tennessee. They go to Vegas. So they got a few more wins that I would lock in. That gets you to 8. And what are you going to do with the others? It's crazy you're having this conversation. You're right. They're not winning the division. It's minus 300. Denver's minus 300 and the Chiefs are 5-1. That was a big change in one day. Huge swing in that one. Yet yesterday was awesome, though. So you had all these big games. A lot of the big games were late afternoon and then Sunday night football. And nothing really disappointed. And for me, the most exciting part of the day was the witching hour with the early games. It was nuts. Seahawks, Rams. I was on the Seahawks all week taking the points. Some books you can get 3.5. Let's call it 3. That was the conversation most of the week. Darnold throws 4 picks. People are going to say, see, again, you can't trust him in a big spot. That is fair. I'm not going to argue that. How did I cover with Seattle plus 3?
Because their defense is insane and continues to get better and better and better. And they flashed the graphic up during the game. They showed the last 3 years of defenses, and I want to say it was 24th in the league 3 seasons ago, I guess. And then last year they were middle of the pack, like 12th or 13th. And then this year they're top 5. That's why. And they were able to run the ball a little bit, but you're right, man. If I would have said before the game, Darnold would have no touchdowns and 4 picks, how big is that blowout? And the Rams kind of gave him a chance to hang around and win that game, but then it was the punt at the end of the game. How about the guy booming the punt at the inch line? And that's the ball game. If that punt goes out of bounds, through the end zone, Seattle gets the ball at the 20, only needing a field goal to win the game. But the punt landed at the 1 and then had some weird spin on it, and before it can roll through the end zone, the guy catches it and runs, out of bounds right at the corner. And that was the play of the game right there, to keep them inside the 1-yard line and then make Darnold go about, 60 yards as opposed to only having to go 40 yards. So that was the difference in the game to me, that very, very last punt by the LA Rams. But that Seattle defense is unbelievably talented.
The Rams are co-favorites at most spots for the Super Bowl, along with the Eagles. And you look at the top. We're talking about the best teams, Sam. You look at the top. Bills, they can't stop anybody against the run. Whoever you are, come off the street, you can run for 200 yards. Chiefs, we just went over a lot of their issues. Lions, pressure Goff. Seahawks, probably not enough experience. We're talking about the best teams in football. It goes Eagles, Rams, and then I have questions about everyone. And you could bring up questions about the Eagles too, the other co-favorite along with the Rams for the Super Bowl. Man, it feels like a year where the list of teams that could win the Super Bowl is much larger than most seasons. But can you find great value? I don't know. It's usually it feels like it's a very short list of teams that could win the Super Bowl. I don't think it's a short list this year. How about you?
It's a good year to have 6 Super Bowl picks in 3 months, right? This is the ideal year to keep picking teams to win the Super Bowl.
Well, what if one's the Commanders or the Packers? I don't know. Probably not.
The Eagles are in there now too. I don't know if you saw. Yes. Eagles are a Super Bowl team now too. It is interesting though, because before the season it was like, it's the AFC's Super Bowl to lose. Whether you liked Kansas City or Buffalo or Baltimore, and those 3 teams all have extreme flaws right now. And I think the team with the least amount of flaws is the Rams, which we've sort of warmed to. And Will Brinson, who comes on our show every week, has been saying the Rams are the best team in football for what feels like 3-4 weeks. The 2 best teams right now are probably in the NFC. After a whole summer of everybody, every show, every host saying, well, the AFC is the best because the AFC had 3 of the 4 highest rated teams. Not anymore.
I'm not afraid to say it. I don't know who the best team in football is. I mean, we're saying the Rams because of that result of a 2-point victory. Are they? I don't know. The Sunday Night Football, that takes us there. The other team that's co-favored with the Rams to win the Super Bowl. How about the Eagles? Are they the best team in football? I don't know. They still have a lot of issues. I know it was windy conditions, but the passing game is pretty non-existent. It's not the same Saquon Barkley. If you want to say best defense, best defensive coordinator, I'm right there with you. But this team, co-favorite, has a lot of flaws. But the Eagles do enough to get it done, 16-9. I think it played out pretty much like we expected. We're not expecting the Eagles to have this blow-up offensive game, but give me Vic Fangio. If that's the matchup that's going to decide the game, give me Vic Fangio. You got Jared Goff in the elements, wind, and a pressuring defense. Collinsworth was on it all night. They were in his head. He didn't know where the ball was going. Goff last night, he goes 14 for 37. Lions 0 for 5 on 4th down. Sam, we were on the Eagles minus 2.5. I was never scared. 1-score game, never scared because I knew Goff was not moving that ball down the field on that team.
30 for little hands, Jared Goff. You know, everything has to break their way for them to make a run. And it starts with them having home field, which they're not going to have. And, you know, for as much smack as I talk about the Bears, did you look at the standings this morning in the NFC North?
First place.
Look who's in first place. Look who's in first place and still hasn't beaten a good team. The Chicago Bears, 7-3.
Yeah. We thought the Vikings were a good team going into the year.
I did. I thought they were one of the most complete teams in the league, but their quarterback stinks. He stinks.
Yes, he does. But then at the end of the game, oh, here we go again. McCarthy does nothing all game and he's going to win it for the Vikings against the Bears. Nope. 50-some yard kickoff return. Set up for a field goal. Was easy. You make your own luck in this league. If you want to say the Bears are lucky, schedule easy teams, how are they finding ways in fourth quarters? It's fair. I'm okay. I understand where you're coming from, and I don't know if it can continue. They play tougher games. Like I'm seeing people on social media, people reaching out to me. Oh, just wait. Here we go. Philly, Green Bay, Cleveland, Green Bay, San Francisco. Hold on a second. Yeah, you got the Packers twice. You scared of the Packers right now? Jameis Winston, QB3, is leading in the fourth quarter yesterday. And the injuries are mounting. Jacobs goes down too. You scared of San Francisco in that defense? Brissett had 47 completions yesterday. It's not a tough finish. People think it is. It's not. The Philly game, sure. Cleveland, you get Cleveland in Chicago. You don't have to play Cleveland there. I don't think it's that tough of a schedule moving forward. The Bears could very easily win this NFC North.
I've never seen a team be 7-3 with a -6 point differential. It doesn't make sense. But I guess it doesn't have to. Does not matter.
Everybody has flaws in this league. Everybody. Go to the top of the board. They all have flaws. Everybody in the hunt for the Super Bowl. They have issues. This is what the league wants. Joe O, Sammy P. We continue to break things down, and we've got a Monday Night Football preview next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Your host, Sammy P, continue to break down the Sunday in Week 11 National Football League right here on Bet Sweats. Make sure you are subscribed to the podcast and following both of us on X. Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. All right, before we get to the rest of the games, because there is a lot to discuss, not just those three big games from yesterday that we went over in the first segment of the show, but a lot of other stuff with big implications throughout the league. Very exciting finishes. It was like, one score game, just about everywhere outside of that Jaguars game, which you were all over, Jaguars Chargers. That was the most boring game of the day, I think. And then everything else was a lot of fun early on. We'll get to that coming up. We do have Monday Night Football. I can't say it's a thrilling matchup going in, but you never know with this league how things pan out, which we'll get to in a minute. Cowboys are favored by 3.5. I did see one domestic book just go to 3, a juice 3, but it's mostly 3.5 out there. High total, you're going to get high totals with Dallas Cowboy games because they can't stop anybody defensively. It is 50. Cowboys, Raiders, Dak, Geno, total of 50. 3 in the hook. The Dallas Cowboys are favored at home here. They're coming off the bye, and you've got the Raiders also extra rest because remember they played last Thursday in a pitiful performance against the Denver Broncos.
The hardest part is that you have to handicap the motivation for the Raiders at 2-7. They're just awful. Minus 81 point differential. Oh, it's a bad football team. And yet I look at this game and I'm like, well, 3.5's a lot against that Dallas defense. And then you're like, oh, great. I'm going to bet Geno again. And he's going to throw 4 interceptions. And I get to watch it this time because it's back on YouTube TV. Yay. It's easier to not pay attention when you can't turn the TV on and watch the game. But now
You
it's
got an
like,
excuse.
at the worst, I can just throw it on and it can be background noise as I scroll through my phone. It's a bad football game between a really, really bad team and a really, really bad defense. I mean, that's what the Cowboys are. They've given up 277 points this year in 8 games. They've only played 8. It's so funny. The Eagles have given up 201 points in 10 games. The Cowboys have given up 277 in 9 games. I'm sorry, I forgot about the tie. I was just looking at win-loss. That's right. They did have that 40-40 tie against the Packers. But it's just a bad defense. So you would think that if Geno was going to have any success, if Genty was going to have success, it would be in this game at home. Where do you start? What's your first angle on the game?
Brock Bowers. 1 catch, 3 targets last week. He's coming off a 3-touchdown game, and he's not involved in the game plan at all. That makes sense, Chip Kelly. It was a great matchup, or tough matchup, I should say, defensively with the Broncos at home where they play even better. But he was not involved. If he's involved last Thursday, they probably win that game. They probably should have won that game anyways. But Chip Kelly this week is quoted as saying, we have to get him involved. He is obviously our number 1 threat. It's enough for me. You're going against Dallas. So you go from playing against the Broncos to the Cowboys. Here's the Cowboys against, I'd say, prominent tight ends this year. Goddard, 7 catches, 44 yards. Kraft, 5 for 56. Ertz got into the end zone. Recently, McBride got into the end zone, 5 catches, 55 yards. Now, they put the yardage number way up there because it's Dallas. 72.5. That's pretty high for this position. That's like the elite dudes. But Bowers is that when he's involved. Bowers props is the way to go. He's plus money for an anytime touchdown. I just think the volume is going to be there. That's where I start. And I know the room will probably be on Bowers. At least I think. But this is going to be a bounce-back performance. They're going to make sure that he's involved. If you want to do Bowers ladders, I don't have an issue with it. But that's the only thing I really feel all that confident in this game. It's hard to go under in a Cowboys game. But 50 seems very high.
You just need the Raiders to protect the football. If they can, it's going to get over. As for some of the points on Bowers, I understand everything aesthetically, and I understand the need to get him the ball off of the last performance. My only thing would be on Bowers, please get the best numbers. So there are books that have over 6.5 cheap. Like MGM has -105. There's a cheaper book at -102 to take the over. And then you look at Caesars -130 to go over. You're like, oh, okay. And there's going to be somebody that only has that book. Just saying, like, if you could save yourself 28 cents on a prop and you do that 10 times over the course of 3 weeks or so, you're going to be in a much better spot to win, because every time you lose, you're going to lose -102 or -105 and not -130. But, people don't care. People don't think juice matters. Especially, I heard this the other day. Well, juice doesn't matter in parlays. I'm like, yeah, got it. Okay.
Wait, what?
Keep thinking that. Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. You don't pay the juice when you do a parlay. And I just like, all right, well, this conversation is not going to go anywhere. So
Oh my God.
Pivot. Let's pivot into the government shutdown. Anything else? Like, let's talk about anything else but this.
My God.
Yeah.
Is this someone in the space or just a random?
No, just a random person. It's just,
I wish it
whatever.
was.
At this rate, honestly, like the next big show might be somebody that says juice doesn't matter. So on the receiving yardage, MGM is juicing us on this one. So the last number that I saw at the prop shop was 72.5 at -140. I hate the -140, but 72.5 is better than 75.5. So again, just have an idea of where these numbers are across the country and at your different books. And if you're going to make a Bowers bet, especially on the receptions, please bet the over 6.5 at -102 or -105, not the one at -130.
Yeah. Receptions might be the way to go. I want to see which Bowers prop the room is not on. Because with the players in this game, they'll probably, like, who's going to be in the room? There'll be a bunch of Cowboys. There'll be CD. Maybe Pickens. Maybe Javonte. Geno, probably. Yeah, I could see Geno actually going up against the Dallas defense where they would buy into it, the yardage. That's not a bad idea. Quarterbacks this year against the Cowboys, 22 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. If Geno's going to have a good game, it's going to be here. Controlled environment, going up and down the field, one of the worst defenses in football. It would make sense. But that kind of correlates with Bowers too. So if you get the good Geno, where are we at? 231 in the hook. 1.5 passing touchdowns. I don't think Geno props are the worst idea, man. And if he's having a bad game, that means they fall behind and he's going to throw more.
Over 50 will probably make my card at the end of the show. Just based off principle. And, the last time we saw the Raiders, they scored 7 points against Denver. They didn't give any points away either. So that, like, all right, they're due to score a little bit, and Geno's due for a pick 6 or something. I mean, it just that's probably what I'll do. I'll probably end up going over I can get at minus at BetMGM. And then, like Bowers, the question isn't really will he be in the room, it's how high will he be. If he's the number one prop, say that we get to the room and it's number one prop, Brock Bowers over on catches. Will that phase you? Do you even care anymore?
I would then go tight end. I mean touchdown.
Okay.
Jeez, I need some sleep.
Yeah. Touchdown's probably a decent bet.
Yeah, plus money. I could see that. What else do you break down with this game? Troy Aikman. Is there going to be a love fest there going on with the Cowboys tonight?
I guess. I mean, I'm not watching the Manning cast, so I will watch Joe and Troy.
I haven't watched the Manning cast all year. Have you?
No. I liked it when it first started, and then I don't know. Just Peyton just so much. They're both so much. But what are you gonna do?
Wife just kept asking about which one is Arch's dad. Like, neither of them.
She still doesn't know.
Yeah, she pays attention to Notre Dame, and that's it. With college football, I'm like, no, they're brother. They're the uncles. But yeah. It's like, well, where's their kid? I'm like, good question. Like, do they have sons that play football? I have no idea.
I heard Eli's son is pretty good.
Okay.
I think his
He's
son's
got to be
name
much
is
younger then.
Max? No, maybe. I don't know. Charlie is his son. He dressed like Jackson Dart for Halloween, but he's young. Charlie looks like he's about 9 years old.
Okay, but he's going to be at Ole Miss, not playing for Lane Kiffin in another 9 years.
Just had to bring up Ole Miss, didn't you? They had.
Oh, sorry.
Ole
I didn't
Miss.
even mean.
No.
I said Ole Miss because of
fine.
Eli.
Ole Miss was up 10-0 and had almost 600 yards of offense at the end of the game. And then I got people telling me I suck at my job and my sources are bad and you don't deserve to work anymore. And I'm like, well, one of those jobs won't continue, so don't worry.
Well, you're right. Somebody agrees with you.
Yeah, I'm just like, okay, yeah, it's my fault. I mean, Florida, the first couple drives, Florida was not doing anything, and then Florida scored the touchdown, and then Ole Miss turned the next play over. That happened to me 3 times this weekend. 3 times. I picked 4 college games. It happened to me in 3 times where the team scored a touchdown that I was going against and then got a touchdown within 3 plays. So it happened to me in Notre Dame. Notre Dame Love had like a 60-yard touchdown run. And then the next play from scrimmage, Pitt threw a pick 6. And I'm like, oh. It was 0-0, and then in 10 seconds, it became 14-0. And then Missouri and Mississippi State were neck and neck. Mizzou had a 70-yard touchdown run, and then Chapin for Mississippi State threw a pick 6. Like twice in the same day. In the same day that happened. And then Ole Miss is up 10-0. Florida gets a touchdown, turnover touchdown. And I'm like, what are the odds of that happening 3 times to one person? Oh, happened to me. Yeah, Oh, okay. Yeah, it's great. It's awesome. It's a great season. Just a very, very fun season right now.
At least Northwestern lost at the end. That maybe brought a crack of a smile to your face because that was early in the day. It was before all these other results started coming in to see them lose. But if you took them to cover, that was a no doubter, that game over at Wrigley. But yeah, Michigan ends up winning in the very end as they kick it over the bleachers in right field. But
I didn't even see the way the game ended. I was
yeah,
I was going through it. It was nice to have the games back on, though. That's for sure.
Yes,
nice to have them on at home at least. To read one more time, and we'll put a ribbon on this Ole Miss conversation. So they win by 10. They were down at half, though. They had total offense. They had 538 yards and had the ball for almost 40 minutes. And they only score 34. I mean, most games they score 48 if you do that. You have 500 yards of offense, 538. They ran for 237 yards. Had the ball for 38 minutes and don't cover. And it's like, well, Florida was just waiting to get blown out, and you couldn't do it. So, yep. Fun Saturday, man. Fun Saturday.
It's like one of those results. Okay, I tell you, hey, you know what? Lacey's going to run for 224 and have 3 touchdowns. You're like, oh, I feel good about that, Pat. I feel really good about that. Yeah. Oh, he's killing him on the ground all day? Yeah.
Lagway was 16 of 31. 1 touchdown, 1 pick. But they had a couple long touchdowns. They had like a 60-yard touchdown, and they had a short field touchdown, and it just is what it is, man. At this, you just try and suck it up and move on. But yeah, it's not fun right now. I mean, everybody knows that.
Yeah. Did when they got the ball back, did any part of you think that Lane was going to try and score again?
When they were up 10 in the fourth quarter and they had the ball at like the 20 or whatever. Yeah, I was hoping. Yeah. I was hoping for like a fake knee touchdown. That would have been great.
Right.
Would have been awesome.
Because I was like, everybody's talking all week. Does Lane want to do this or does Lane want to do that? Like it all was in his power, in his mind. I was like, well, this could be the decider. This is, if you have Ole Miss, this is what you need right here. You need Lane to want to run it up here. But he ends up not. They took a couple of knees and it was ball game there. All right, Joe O, Sammy P. We'll get back to breaking down these Week 11 matchups. Still a lot to go over. Case of the Mondays on the other side. You've got Bet Sweats on a Monday morning. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
Case of the Mondays, Show O, Sammy P with you. We'll check in with Jason Lockenfora coming up at the top of the hour. Next hour, don't forget Monday Morning Market Moves. We'll look ahead. College football, NFL. Those early numbers, where is the market moving? Some interesting late movement that we saw yesterday, but that's always the case on Sundays. Even if you have your bets in, it is worth taking a look because sometimes you can find yourself on bets. We'll get to that coming up in a few. Case of the Mondays. Sam, it sounds like you're pissed off about more stuff than me. What do you have?
Yeah, I mean, when you pick 6 games and win none, is that good? Is that fun? Yeah. And like the one game I tied because the Giants landed on 7. They're up in the fourth quarter. It's like everything that can go wrong goes wrong. And I went back and I looked through my last 4 seasons, this year included, and I won in 3 of the 4. And this year I'm just getting destroyed. And I don't know what it is. I don't know why it is. I've changed nothing. Dogs are not getting home. Every week I look up and I'm down. I looked at the Chicago contest, which I'm not going to win. I went
definitely not
1-3-1. Like I lost the Jets by a half point. Pushed on the Giants, and then you had the Cardinals. Oh, they got blown out. Just like every week it's something, man. And like the Ole Miss thing really, really shook me because I believe the source. I would believe the person again about, Florida waving the white flag, and just didn't happen. But like the handicapping side of things, like just took more dogs that just fell apart late. And I'd love to go back and see all the games where my dog was actually covering in the fourth quarter and then didn't cover. Like that's the maddening thing. Like if you take a team that gets blown out, like it's fine. You can live with it. But when you take a team that covers for 55 minutes and then either loses or ties, give me a break, man. And then everything else going on behind the scenes, we got to figure that out, you and I have to figure it out in different ways. But to get my teeth kicked in all weekend and then come here Monday morning and just smile, everything's going to be fine. It's really pissing me off. And nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Just do your job. Be a professional. And it's okay, sure. We'll do that. And we'll just smile about it.
Yeah. Figure it out. When am I supposed to figure it out? I'm here every day, working every day. But we're not here. We're working on the next show. But whatever. Yeah, nobody cares. You're right. My case of the Mondays would be finish the job. Finish the damn job. Bad teams are bad for a reason. And there were just so many games. They were exciting finishes. But a lot of the games early really got to me. Really did. One of them later, too. And what I'm talking about is you have all of these results. A lot of times we end up talking probably too much about what should have happened in a game. Oh, this should have happened, but it didn't. This should have. And a lot of times it's based on how we bet games. But I didn't even bet these games. And it was just very frustrating because you see dogs, which we typically are rooting for. You see dogs that should be winning games yesterday, and they just can't finish the job. It was again and again and again. And yeah, they end up covering the spread, but it's very maddening. And I guess my rooting interest was there were 2 teams that I felt were going to be very popular in Survivor. They were, and I took stances, and I'm like, nope, I'm against them. Watching the games, I felt I was correct on those stances. I was scared of the Packers. I was scared of the Texans. I'm not taking either of those teams. Neither of them should have probably won the game. Neither of them. They're both losing in the second half, and they find a way because bad teams are bad for a reason. The Titans coming off the bye, divisional matchup. Texans on the road, backup quarterback, losing in the second half, and the Texans still find a way to win that game. Still do. Woody Marks was doing nothing all game. Nothing. We talked about Jameis. Jameis was doing Jameis things. Up late, up in the fourth quarter. He's got another opportunity to tie it with a touchdown. I don't know where that ball was going. That interception by Jameis at the very end. We knew there'd be a Jameis interception or 2 or 3 at some point, and then it happens in the worst time possible. Couldn't finish the job. The G-men couldn't. And you're right, it pushes in most cases. There were some 7.5s. I waited, and I got a 7.5, luckily. So I held on with that one. Atlanta. They lose that game to Carolina. How does Bryce Young throw for almost 500 yards on you? What? What is going on? I watched when a lot of the good games were going on late afternoon. I was locked in on Baltimore, Cleveland, because I was like, oh my God, they're going to do this. They're going to do this. And then I didn't hate the quarterback change at all. I know Shedeur sucked. Everybody knows that. And he's probably going to get he's going to get a start next week. Because Gabriel sucks too. Like, how many times are we going to go through this? Him just throwing these 3-yard ducks. And then they make the switch when Shedeur has no snaps at practice. He's got no reps. What the hell were you expecting against that Ravens team? A very well-coached team. It wasn't going to go well. The Browns the Ravens were terrible. It's hard to say. Like, can I say that the Browns should have won? Not really, because Shedeur was so terrible, and they had a pick 6, and there was a fumble by the Ravens deep in their own end on a punt return. Like, it was just an ugly, ugly football game. But they found a way to be there in the very end, and they lose too. Bad teams keep losing for a reason. There were a lot of games where we could have seen massive upsets, but in the end, it didn't feel like we really saw any big upsets. I know the Broncos won, but that was a 3.5 4-point spread.
That was a game I left off. That's even more fun when you have games that you like and you just leave them off. Like the 2 games that I left off were Broncos +4 and Eagles -2. And I just didn't play them, didn't bet them, didn't pick them.
Yeah. I took Seahawks. I bet it. I didn't take it in the contest because it was 2.5 and not 3. I talked about Seahawks all week. It's 2.5. I don't like it. They lose by 2. Just stupid stuff, man. But I will say, we don't want to just complain about the losses. Game day line movement that convinced me on a play is I added the Bills last minute. When that thing goes to 6, I'm like, oh, the line is telling us that the Bills are going to whoop them. They didn't. The good Baker showed up. He kept converting these first downs with his legs. It was infuriating if you're on the Buffalo side. But in the end, they pull away. Why? Because Josh Allen's got the cape on, man. 6 touchdowns, 3 passing, 3 rushing. He was unbelievable. What a shootout. That was a fun game if you had the over. That was in pretty early. But I know you have futures on the Bills. Can't stop a nosebleed. They cannot stop anybody. They got Bucky Irving's out, and they got a guy named Tucker coming in. 3 touchdowns on the ground, through the air, every which way. It's going to be tough. They better get things turned around, and I don't know that the run stop is going to be turned around. They had a lot of defensive players return. The rushing defense is still terrible.
I don't know what they are. And it's wild because their offense is still good enough to win these games. And you have to basically outscore them. But like, how many Super Bowl teams do you see that can't get stops, right? Because you do have to stretch a bunch of wins out. And, can they win every game 35-31 or 38-34? Maybe. That's going to be such a contrast of styles. Let's say we get to the playoffs and, Buffalo has to go to Denver or vice versa. Denver has to go to Buffalo. Whoever goes where, it doesn't really matter. Like, who comes out of that game and how? Is that a 10-7 final or is that a 33-30 final, right? We know which way Buffalo would prefer it, and we also know which way Denver would prefer it. But, yeah, I don't know what to expect. The bet's already in. The bet will not be changed. Like, it is what it is at this point. But you watch some guy named – I texted Gertz during the show. I'm like, who is Sean Tucker? I don't even know who this person is. And he had 3 touchdowns. 3 touchdowns.
He looked like Marshall Faulk out there.
To my team, like my one team, my one shining team this year, Buffalo, giving up 3 touchdowns to a guy I've never heard of.
I thought it was Walter
good?
Payton. It was unbelievable.
Might as well have been. Yeah. Do you think he'll be high on the waiver wire this week? Sean Tucker?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think so. Stay away, Bucky Irving. That's what Bucks fans.
I got an email from WGR this morning. I get the daily emails from them, and it's the Bills' passing offense is elite. And I'm like, what about the other side of the ball? We're not going to talk about that. Yeah.
For sure. Other games that we have not mentioned. Pittsburgh, big over Cincy. I was way off on that one. That's the Bengals' 7th loss. I wouldn't even bother with Joe Burrow. Don't rush him. Sit him down. Don't rush him for the Ravens game on Thanksgiving night. You're not making the playoffs. You're not. You're out. Season's over. It's a wrap. You still can't stop anybody. The lowly Steelers offense scored 34 on you. No. You're going to lose more games down the road because of your defense. Season's over for Cincinnati.
Probably not going to matter if Joe Burrow comes back or not. And at this point, why would you bring him back? Just keep him out.
Yep. Totally agree with you. All right, we'll go over Week 11 with one Jason Lockenfora. We'll see what he has cooked up for tonight's Monday night game and looking ahead to Week 12. He always makes some early bets. So we'll discuss all of that coming up next. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats with you on a Monday. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Purdy floats it back in the end zone. All alone is George Kittle.
A lot of exciting football yesterday. Week 11 was a good one. One more game to go. Joe O. Sammy P. This is BetSweat's BetMGM Network. Joining us now is Jason LaConfora. He's my co-host on BetMGM Game Day. Odyssey NFL Insider as well. Host of the Odyssey original podcast, Wanna Bet. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Number of directions, spots to start, Jason, but let's go to Denver. Chiefs are 5-5.
Yeah.
5-5. They lose straight up. Andy Reid coming off the bye. That extra rest has not been helping the Chiefs of late. What are your takeaways?
Yeah, I'm really surprised. I thought they'd find a way to win this game and make it a divisional race. And I bought some Chiefs plus 160 tickets last week to win the division with that in mind, because I kind of like that more than just playing the money line on the game. I thought it'd be a low-scoring game, thought it'd be a tight game, but just thought it's one of those games that Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes win. Look, Bo Nix got back to last year's version of Bo Nix, right? Don't bleep it up, kid. Make a couple plays. He obviously had some rollouts outside the pocket on third and forever. Made some things happen in the fourth quarter and frankly had more, and field position certainly had something to do with it, but he had more fourth quarter magic than Mahomes. We kind of were waiting for the Chiefs to get healthy and then thought the offense would take off. It really hasn't. Rice gets a lot of targets. He doesn't get a lot of explosives downfield. The offensive line is obviously still going through some stuff, and Denver will do that to you, but they've had personnel issues, injury issues, personal absences, whatever. I think it's kind of back to last year's team, only instead of winning all the one-score games, they're losing them all. Does that even out at some point here soon? Maybe. They've got to, if this is who they are, and this is who they are, then Andy Reid's going to have to dedicate himself to running the ball more and establishing more on the ground. And if you can recall, Pacheco became that guy for them and really kind of held that offense up and allowed them to be more ball control, allowed them to play more keep away. The defense is the star. The offense has to be a little more complimentary, and if they still can't finish in the red zone, then they're going to have to be a more efficient, effective team running the football. Does that happen? I don't know.
So I work with Jeff Schwartz, who's a former NFL guy and loves the Chiefs. Like, he never picks against the Chiefs. And he's been talking about their lack of a pass rush. And I'm like, it's not that bad, is it? And he said, no, it's a problem. And it will be a problem until they go and make a move. Now, I think it's probably a little too late for all that. Yep. But did you notice a lot of that as well? I mean, in the fourth quarter, they didn't touch Nix one time.
Well, I think the days of Chris Jones wrecking games are over and stopped being over, late last season. So I really, look, they tried. I mean, I don't even give them an excuse because trying. I mean, horseshoes, hand grenades, close, doesn't matter. You either do things or don't. Mm-hmm. They wanted to add a pass rusher. I think they knew that their D-line was not as deep and not as good as it's been in the past, and not as deep and not as good as, frankly, it's probably going to need to be, especially if they're going to have to go on the road in the playoffs. I thought a Hendrickson, was something they might have been able to make happen. Obviously, Cincinnati held on to him. Yeah, I think it's a problem. That's why, my sort of take on the Chiefs was when they get healthier offensively, they're going to be more dynamic. The other team is going to feel like they're fighting the clock again and fighting that dynamic nature. And so that's going to speed them up. That's going to get them off kilter. That's going to help that D-line out. Oh, yeah, and the volume of snaps the D-line plays are going to go down. That hasn't really been how game script's going. Again, even in the games where Rice is catching 10 balls, they're going for 100 yards. So if they don't have explosives and they're not dynamic running the ball, then the defense being bend, don't break, hold them to 3, it's going to keep them in games. Is it going to be good enough to win these fourth quarters? it might not be. There isn't dynamic pass rushing talent in their front seven. Karlaftis is a really nice football player, and he can get home. He's not a game wrecker. And the big man in the middle, he ain't a game wrecker anymore either.
Are you more positive or negative on the Seahawks after yesterday? They lose the turnover battle by 3. Darnold was awful. We understand that. That's not a surprise. But they only lose by 2 with all that going against them.
Well, it's a surprise he threw 4 picks. I mean, look, it reaffirms for me that Seattle's a team that could go to the Super Bowl. Will the quarterback in the playoffs be the reason they don't? So everything else around them still looks legit. Do we trust Sam Darnold on the biggest stages in the world? I mean, you probably can until he does it, right? And maybe he never does it. That's part of the reason Sam Darnold was available, even coming off a year in Minnesota where he was a top 5 MVP candidate. If it doesn't happen, I don't think there's a lot of excuses there because, again, the running game is good enough. The offensive line is good enough. I just wonder, it's only been 2 games that they've had Shaheed, but it's like he's not really embracing that. Like it's become even more of a funnel to 2 guys, like their passing game. Like it looked like before that trade deadline, right? We see him go to Washington, and Washington's terrible, but he's making everybody look like a star. And now all of a sudden, the last couple of weeks, it's like, boy, I need to feed Smith and Jigba. I need to feed this. Like, I don't know. Like, they're a really good road team, and there's a pretty good chance they're going to be on the road now in the playoffs. And I think that brings out the best in almost everything about that team, except maybe it won't that quarterback having to beat elite defenses on the road. And you know what? Like, that's a lot of quarterbacks in the league. Like, that's what makes what Mahomes has done in the playoffs so ridiculous. That's why people in Baltimore will be talking about what Joe Flacco did that one postseason, going on the road every week and beating all those legends. Like, it doesn't happen that much. And you know what? Is he as good as Stafford? No. And is he going to have to get through Stafford? Are they going to have to get through? Like, are they going to have to go to Philadelphia and beat the Eagles to get to a Super Bowl? I mean, they might. And would I love them in that spot? No, I think it'd be a game, but I don't know that they'd win it.
Bears do it again.
Fourth quarter geniuses.
Win. I believe Kevin Burkhardt called them the comeback kids, which, okay, fine. That's 5 one-score wins. I'm impressed by their record, no doubt, 7-3, but I'm not impressed by the resume, and I think that's fair.
Yeah, look, they're slaying a lot of demons. They're changing their brand, and that's huge. Is that going to carry into, like we just talked about with Seattle, is that going to carry into January when it becomes a one-and-done tournament and it's the best of the best? I don't think so. But you know what? Sorry, Bears fans, I know you've been waiting forever, since the Super Bowl shuffle. But I also don't think that's the end of the world. This quarterback is becoming someone who believes in himself in the fourth quarter. And the coach clearly believes in him in the fourth quarter. Like, that's massive, man. That's light years. Just think about the stuff and the kind of bull people were slinging at this kid all over the place. In Chicago and nationally, 12 months ago, 10 months ago, 6 months ago, 2 months ago. I think what they're doing in terms of the long game is massive. And I think Ben Johnson with one more offseason can make them more formidable. Do I buy them as a team that's going to win more than a playoff game if they even win a playoff game? I don't, because we've seen over the years this template, fourth quarter miracles, one set of numbers for the first 40 minutes of games, another for the final 20. You tend to hit a wall in January with that stuff.
There are teams yesterday I look at and I say they can't win a Super Bowl, even though they have short-ish to very short odds. Like, I look at Jared Goff under pressure last night. Like, they can't win a Super Bowl if they have to go on the road. I look at the Bills. Someone named Sean Tucker is scoring touchdowns. We talked about it yesterday on game day, and you were all over it. Just they won't be able to stop anybody. And you were right, but the offense is so good, ends up not mattering. Yeah. They end up covering the spread in the end. there are a lot of teams where I say they can't win the Super Bowl. But the thing is, there's nobody I'm saying, well, they're unstoppable. They don't have any holes on this team. That's kind of where we started today, Jason. Want to see if you agree, disagree, just your thoughts on it. It feels like as the season moves on, the list of teams that can win the Super Bowl is expanding because everybody's flawed.
Yeah, or are we really like? Here's how I would distill it down. Like, do I buy the quarterback? Can they get to the passer? Can they stop the other team from wrecking their passer? And like, do they have a head coach who I buy as he already has the playoff resume, or I buy that he can build one? That's like, okay, so the Rams check that box, those boxes. You know what I mean? The Eagles check those boxes. Like, I think Denver, like, again, the quarterback, obviously, but I mean, it's the quarterback with Sean Payton. But like, I think Denver kind of checks those boxes. I don't think New England checks those boxes. You know, so I find it shrinking. Like, I find it like there's like 4 teams, I think, really at the end of the day could be among the last standing. You know, Green Bay can't check all those boxes for me right now as presently. I think Green Bay has the potential to. I think if you think about those categories, they're not off in most of them, if not all of them, but they've just been so staccato as an offense. But like, the defense is really good, and they can get after you. And it's not like Jordan Love is running for his life out there. And it's not like Jordan Love sucks. And the coach just won a lot of games. So, like, yes, I find myself weeding teams out. Like Kansas City, they probably don't check enough of those boxes right now. But, like, I do think there's still 3 to 5 teams that do. Like Baltimore, they don't check. Everybody talking about Baltimore, and they're back to 500. They don't, dude. They cannot get to the passer against a real quarterback.
Lost yesterday,
and their offensive line is an absolute failure. So, yeah, I mean, I guess you could look at it a couple of different ways and say, well, because there maybe only look like 3 or 4 teams, everybody's in it. It just has me coming back to the same 3 or 4 teams.
So I'm going to ask this question, and I don't know where it's going to go, but I think it's a valid question. Say that we're doing like an AFC draft out of a hat with all 7 playoff teams right now, and you had the first pick, and you reach into the hat. Who's the team that you want to draw? Who are you hoping to draw from the 7?
I really like Denver coming into the year. Like, I thought if the Chiefs don't win that division, it's not going to be the Chargers who unseat them. It's going to be Sean Payton. And if Sean Payton gets in, and he gets in as a division winner, and you've got to go through the altitude at the end of a year when you're beat up against that defense, as long as the quarterback doesn't drastically F it up, he might be 1 point better than you. I mean, I still feel that way. Like, I really, like, I've got some tickets, Denver, you know, to be the 1 seed, like Denver to go to the Super Bowl. Like, I believed in them probably more than I should. And the quarterback has given me more pause than in year 2 I thought he would. But because it's Sean Payton, and because, like, he just, like, these things, he just has a way of winning games. And now he's got, you know, I know that leverage thing, you know, could kill him in the end. But I think they're going to have more wins than the Colts. I think the Colts will have more brain farts than Denver. Like, if I pull Denver out of that hat, I feel as good about that as I think I could anybody.
Home field. It feels massive. Like, in the betting world, we're saying it means less in 2025, but I look at those teams and how they play at home in the AFC. It's going to be pretty big. Final minute, Jason. What are your thoughts about tonight? Cowboys, Raiders. Got anything?
I like the Cowboys offense to bounce back here. Like, I don't love it, but I like it. I think if you drill down, like, you can look at the Raiders numbers on their defense, and like, you can kind of talk yourself into, hey, they're not really that bad. Like, they're not as bad as you think. But then you look at who they've played, and you look at what's happened when they face decent quarterbacks, and it hasn't been that many of them. But like Herbert, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Daniel Jones, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Mahomes, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Like, I think Dallas wins this game. Like, I don't trust Geno at home at all. Like, I think Geno absolutely throws a pick. He's thrown 21 picks in 13 home starts since the beginning of last season. And Geno in prime time, 4-14 17 touchdowns to 18 picks. He's thrown a pick in 7 of his last 8 primetime games. Like, I think Dallas wins the game. I think Dak throws 2 touchdowns. I think Geno throws a pick. I think Dallas scores at least, I've played it at over 23.5, not to get carried away. I mean, the Raiders have allowed 30 or more in 3 of the last 5, and the Raiders have no home field advantage to speak of.
Yeah.
So I think Dallas off a bye does some things offensively.
All right, Jason. Very good. Thank you so much. Always appreciate you jumping on the show. Talk on Sunday. Odyssey NFL insider Jason Lockenfora, host of the Odyssey original podcast, Wanna Bet. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Monday morning market moves, college football style, next on BetSweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The markets are open.
People always ask, well, why should I bet on Monday? Because you have the perfect number in front of you.
And the numbers are moving.
We've seen this total go from 47.
You're dealing with numbers all day long.
To 49, 49 and a half.
Bang, bang, bang.
Now you're getting a field goal in a game that was sit and pick 'em for so long.
Let's dive into some Monday morning market moves.
It's his first day on Wall Street. Give him time.
On Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Monday morning market moves. Joe O, Sammy P. Let's talk some college football before we get to some of the moves, some of the things that occurred over the weekend. Let's check in on the room. College football. You say it every week. It's easy. Don't waste all this time handicapping games, talking to people, getting information, breaking down matchups. Just look at the room. Room goes 1-4. It's another roaring start on Friday. They lose both games on Friday. They had Minnesota plus 2.5. Minnesota got destroyed. And they had Louisville laying 2.5. Of course, Louisville loses outright. Also on USC, they win but don't cover. Bama loses outright to Oklahoma. So that's going to be interesting tomorrow night to see how far Bama falls. They're going to be out of that bye contention, at least for now. And then their lone winner was Notre Dame. They take the Irish minus 12.5. So the room 1-4 on the season. The rough road continues for the room when it comes to college football.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't just fade the room.
Fade the room.
Why am I not just waiting until Friday morning, seeing what the room is on, and then just fading? It's a historically bad year for the room. And you would think that would turn eventually, like they can't possibly be this bad. They can't possibly keep losing at this level. And then you pull up the record and it's, they're 20, 43 and 2.
Jesus.
So, yeah. So they were down 23.9 units and lose, 3.4 more. So that's 27.3 units down the drain.
It's pretty good. And are we counting the taxes? Like the wager fee in Illinois? And now what the mayor wants with the 10% something tax on sports betting in addition to that? That's fun.
I didn't even see the newest development in Illinois. What do they want now?
I actually last night they were running commercials about it. The Sports Betting Alliance was. So if you go to, I forgot what the link is exactly because what I'm at right now it takes you to something different. I'll tweet it out at Joe Ostrowski. But it's for the 2026 budget. What the mayor has proposed is a 10.25% tax on online sports bets placed within Chicago limits, in addition to the per wager fee that was recently added, that Springfield pushed through.
That guy's the worst mayor in the country. The worst.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the juice is going to get worse, I'm sure. If you're in Illinois, just keep putting it on the sports bettors because they're going to do it. Funny enough that I want to get more information on it, but just a quick look. The sports betting went down in football season from month to month once they started putting in this wager thing. So that's interesting. But Oklahoma, man, that was a monster win. We were wondering, okay, they've got such a tough schedule down the road. A monster win for the Sooners. Go down to Tuscaloosa. Do you think we'll be playing some Paul Feinbaum audio tomorrow?
I hope so. I can't wait. Paul! Can't wait for it. We need it.
Yep.
I need to talk about Notre Dame because I have been Mr. Notre Dame for 8-9 weeks, and I finally bet against them. Actually, I bet against them in the opener. I was like 4-0 on Notre Dame games because I bet against them with Miami, and that I bet on them against Boise, against Navy and against USC. So I've had a really good pulse on Notre Dame games. And then I looked at the number against Pitt and said it's too big. And it was not. They pounded Pitt. After that, I told you 14 points in 10 seconds when I was like, oh, that's over, right? Like 0-0, and then it's 14-0, and you just click. Let's talk about the game this week. Paul, this number is such disrespect. Such disrespect. Notre Dame is a 35.5-point favorite against Cuse. Paul, do we do it again?
Should they not be?
I'm not
Why?
saying that. I'm just saying.
Why? Like there's a million other things I'd rather do with my Saturday than be like, oh, I hope this broken Syracuse team can like keep it within 35.5. If a similar sequence happens that just we saw with Pitt, I mean, that could happen 3 times. I just
3 times. Okay. It's fine.
I mean, a little hyperbole there, but I just don't see the point, to be honest. Like it is though interesting. Like you look at all these, like in the first half, you look up Wisconsin, 28.5, 30-point dog. That was never in doubt as a dog to cover.
Mm-hmm.
South Carolina jumps out on A&M, should have won. They were a 3-score dog. There was Oklahoma State was like I think a 3-score dog to Kansas State, and that was never in doubt either. So I don't want to just be like, oh, big spread. Like, look, I don't know. Because I've tried to buy in. It wasn't just the Fran Brown thing. It was also the OC, Jeff Nixon, and how he had worked with multiple quarterbacks. So like there's like, all right, new guys in. All right, we're still figuring. There's a little bit of a learning curve, maybe a game or two, but we're figuring some things out on offense. Haven't seen that against much worse competition. And I don't know what the case is for Syracuse. I struggle to get there. They got terrible defense. The offense isn't keeping up with much lesser opponents. Kind of hoping to white knuckle it and get inside the numbers, how it feels. In the Carrier Dome, you could convince me maybe like one more rah-rah get up towards the end of the season.
You sure there's going to be more Syracuse fans there?
It's in South Bend.
Yeah, it's a home game.
Oh, that's right.
I'm saying if it were.
Okay. You would go there.
I'd consider it.
I think we should talk a little bit more what happened in this Pitt game, because there were a lot of narratives that were proven flat wrong in this game, right? Pitt's so great against the run. And Schwartz mentioned, he's like, well, they haven't faced a running back, rushing attack like this. He's right. They hadn't. That was clear. Well, man, this freshman quarterback, dude, he just keeps throwing for 300 yards. That's a bad secondary on Notre Dame. Is it? The team that was there in the first 2 weeks versus the team that we see right now, I think is different. I know they've played much softer opponents since those first couple of weeks, but that's the toughest part. You're trying to gauge teams early in the season. Okay, cool. You test yourself with 2 tough opponents, Miami, Texas A&M, and then they have their way with your secondary, but they're clearly better. Notre Dame develops players. They get better as the season moves on, and now they're going to get, I think, a home playoff game, because they were the 9, and they should move up again. So I just think there's some narratives that maybe we should revisit with Notre Dame that I just don't think are true. Like, the defense is not bad. They could continue to light up the scoreboard. So I don't know that I'm going to have a play on the game. I did not have a play on Notre Dame Pitt, but I'm not looking to take dogs against this team that can throw up 40 plus anytime.
Yeah, look, it could easily be 49-7. Like, it could be, no doubt. I was asking Paul, somebody who went to Cuse and has an idea. So that's good. I can cross it off and not think about it the rest of the week. I was thinking about this though. Like, how is Jeremiah Love still 40-1 to win the Heisman at BetMGM? I think he's the best player in the country, and in no world do I have Mendoza -115 and Love at 40-1. That's crazy.
He's just decided he's not winning it, right? Feels like that's what's happening. It's going to be a quarterback.
gonna bet it, I feel like they're baiting me at 40-1. But I think he's the best player in college football. So we'll see. A couple moves that I wanted to at least mention. Texas opens 10 at home against Arkansas, gets bet to 10.5. I did the Texas thing. They were in it, and then they were not in it. There's 14-10, and then dead. Okay, there's that. Penn State opened 10, and I see a 9 and an 8.5 in the market. Nebraska's on the road at Penn State. Move toward Nebraska. And then here's what's going to happen. After I went against Florida last week, you know what's going to happen. I'm going to stay off it this week, and Tennessee's going to beat Florida by 17. Like, Florida's going to quit this week. I know it's going to happen. Tennessee opened 3.5, and now 4s are popping on the Vols at Florida.
And I'm laughing at the number of SEC games that you can't find a point spread on because the opponent's so bad. It's late in the year, and this is where we're at right now. SEC play, it's fine. It's acceptable over there. Will Alabama bounce back? Yeah, probably. Eastern Illinois is who they're playing. Yeah, it's certainly. I wish I could bet games like that, but we can't. Oregon, USC. USC coming off the win. It was close, probably closer than they wanted. Now they go to Oregon. It's 9.5. A lot of books. 9.5 is your number. That's probably going to be the most talked about game all week, I'd say.
You think that'll be in the room? USC plus 9.5? I do. That'll be one to
probably
pay attention to. Oregon ran the ball at will against Minnesota. Just ran it at will. And they're still shorthanded on offense a little bit, down a couple of guys. But Shadik did come back for the game against Minnesota on the Friday night, and he looked good. They used him a lot more as a receiver, kind of split him out wide a little bit. You know, he's a tight end, but they used him a little bit differently on Friday, and that was an impressive attack on a Friday night short week. So I was impressed with Oregon, no doubt. I would probably lay it before I take them, but that'll be one that definitely I think you're going to see a lot of support from Mayaba catching 9.5. Yep. Understand for sure. And then, TCU Houston is going to be a really good game. And Houston at home is a 2.5-point favorite. TCU just got blasted all week long. You want to talk about market moves. TCU was a 6-point dog on the open. Got bet down to 3 throughout the week. People were betting TCU like crazy. And BYU just killed them. So now TCU goes to Houston, and, obviously Cougars are going to be favored between 2.5 and 3. And I don't know how you get behind TCU after what we just saw on Saturday.
2.5, 9.5, the magic number this week. Oklahoma favored by 9.5 against Mizzou. And so Pitt, off that Notre Dame loss, they're a 2.5-point dog at Georgia Tech. And BYU favored by 2.5 against Cincinnati. So I wouldn't say, the biggest matchups, but certainly big implications moving forward. Maybe some teams involved that people were not expecting to be involved at the start of the season.
Yeah. That Oklahoma team, man, you just wonder what would happen if Mateer never got his hand injured, because it really did derail their season. It's just too bad. Yeah. And that's sports, that's life. He hits his hand on a fluke play, bangs it off a helmet, and that really changed everything. I mean, I know that you like Oklahoma a lot, and we're talking about Mateer. It's like, it's not your fault that he got hurt. Because you saw them at full strength against Bama go into Tuscaloosa and win. And there was a lot of tweets at Will Reichard yesterday, the now Vikings kicker, former Alabama kicker, because Bama had a couple tries, and it was like, oh, that kicking game is not good down there at Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
But Oklahoma at full strength is a very good football team.
Sam, it's a very good chance they're in the playoff now.
They should be.
You're a 9.5 point favorite, and then you've got another team that fired their coach, LSU. So You should win these two. You're a 2-loss SEC team, and you beat Tennessee. You beat Alabama. And you can throw Michigan in there too as well early on in the year. They should make it. And then if you're splitting hairs, you can say Mateer wasn't ready to go, and that was the loss, the Texas game. He should have been on the field.
Should be in with 2 wins. Should be in.
2 losses.
Their win total was 6.5 this year, and they win 10.
Yeah.
Put them in.
Very, very impressive what they've done in that conference. All right, we continue. Monday Morning Market Moves, NFL style. We'll take a look at week number 12 on BetSweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Allen on 3rd and 3. Only a 3-man rush from the Bucks. Allen buys time. He's going to toss it downfield. Open man. Caught by Shavers. Touchdown, Bills.
That's what's with you on a Monday morning. Joe O, Sammy P. Monday morning market moves. Let's go to the NFL to take a quick look. And we're going to have more teams on bye in week 12 than we had this past week. A couple AFC West teams, the Broncos, Chargers will be on bye. The Dolphins and Washington Commanders played the international game yesterday morning, and they're both going to be taking their bye. So we've got 4 teams in week number 12. Is this the last week of byes? It's got to be one of them. It might be the very last week. So full cards coming up and popping up on the Odds Logic screen right now, Sam. You see it. We didn't even talk about that. Jamar Chase, questionable to play Sunday at Pittsburgh. Will he be suspended for spitting? I think, didn't you set the precedent? It's got to be one game.
I believe it'd be a game. That alert is not right because they're playing at home against New England. He spit against Pittsburgh. I see the alert. The alert got it wrong. He'd be questionable to play against the Patriots.
Obviously. Yeah.
No, I mean, the Odds Logic put the team wrong. It's fine. I'm just laughing because, the Patriots miss another really good player. Patriots miss Jamar Chase, and guess what? Guess who else is probably going to miss another good player? Well, relatively good, I guess. The Bears are going to miss Aaron Rodgers.
The starting quarterback. Well, Rudolph was better than Rodgers yesterday, though.
Yeah,
I get your
I know.
point.
But it's just funny. It's just very funny how this keeps happening. These were the 2 trendiest teams of the offseason. Patriots over, Patriots make the playoffs. Bears over, Bears make the playoffs. And it's probably going to happen for both teams, at least with the win total. I mean, the Bears need 2 more wins. I'm going to guess they're going to get there. And the Patriots are already over the win total. So at least the early win total when it opened like 7.5.
It's wild, man. I know. It's insane. So you don't play Lamar in week 8. Week 9, you don't play Burrow. Week 10, Dart gets injured. If he stays healthy, the Giants probably win the game. They're already without Neighbors. Man. And then now you're talking about Aaron Rodgers missing this game. So Eagles, week 13. Careful, Eagles fans. One of your top players is probably going down because the Bears play them week 13.
Jalen Hurts, concussion at Thanksgiving. He was cutting the turkey, and he slipped and fell, and he's going to be out for the next game. Only one game against the Bears.
Mm-hmm. Yep, for sure. Sometimes it works that way for some teams. So, yeah, we've got Chicago favored over Pittsburgh. Okay. I got to tell you, this year, one of the teams is Pittsburgh for me. I can't get them right no matter what. I back them as a favorite, back them as a dog. I'm always wrong on them. It's them and the Falcons. I need to be off of those 2 teams. Like, scratch them off immediately because I have no chance of getting those games right.
No chance. No
Joe,
chance.
No chance.
Or a small chance.
I need to know where you're at on this week's game. What's your gut reaction? Steelers, Bears.
My gut reaction is that the Pittsburgh Steelers come in and win.
Okay, awesome. Bear Survivor. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. But I'm not betting it. I'm not touching it.
No, I know. I'm just saying if you can't get them right, I just want a gut reaction.
I'm
strongly
Pittsburgh
considering
wrong.
the Bears because it's a double pick week
are?
next week. Yeah.
Oh, boy. Huh. Will they be able to corral Caleb? Because Caleb gets away from every pressure. Will they corral him? That's probably going to decide things. I don't know, man. It's tough. Pittsburgh. I don't know what to do with the Bears either. You guys bet against them more than me. I don't really get involved in many Bears games, but I I don't know what they are. Them as a home favorite, laying a field goal against Pittsburgh. Tomlin. I'm not sure what to do with this game.
Yeah, I've
Not
gone
happy
against
about
the
it.
Bears. Let's see. I went against them against the Vikings, lost. Went against them with the Giants, covered. Went against them with the Ravens, won. Went against them with the Saints, lost. And then I went against them with the Raiders and lost. So I'm 2-3 on Bears games. Actually, no, the opener. I forgot about the opener. I got lucky to win that one. So I'm 3-3
Vikings.
ATS on Bears games. Yeah, but I'm down with the juice.
Okay.
So just a strange year, man, where a lot of the breaks are going their way. But you're right. Like, can you fault them? Do we remove wins because they're beating bad teams? No, you're supposed to beat who's in front of you. Kansas City can't do it. So I know the competition has been better. I mean, you take the Bears 3 losses and then take the Chiefs 5 losses. And it's like, oh, the Chiefs have 5 losses to teams that are basically all in the playoff hunt right now. Like all of them. But it doesn't, that doesn't make anything. So the Chiefs, correct me if I'm wrong, the Chiefs have lost to the Bills, the Chargers, the Jags, the Broncos, and then who's the 5th loss? Oh, the Eagles. Yeah, so they've lost to 5 playoff teams. Right? It's like,
and they're 1-4 on the road, which is big because now they're going to have to go on the road in the playoffs.
and I believe they're now 0-5 in one-score games because they lost by 3 to Denver. So, 0-1, 0-2, 0-3, 0-4, 0-5 this year in one-score games.
Remember last year's record?
I believe it was like 10-0 or 11-0.
I think 11-0. Yeah, something like that. All right, we've got this Bills number climbing this morning. Thursday night, Bills at the Texans. I'm seeing a lot of 4.5, circa up to 5.5. The Bills, the road favorite. Is that based on what we saw yesterday with this Bills offense, or is that saying that Stroud's going to miss again?
Probably a little bit of both. I would say Stroud is 60-40 yes to play, if I had to put a number on it. But also, like this, from a situational standpoint, is a Thursday night game. So, I think it's easier to plan to have Stroud back if it's Sunday. But maybe they were saving him for this one. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing there in Houston. I'm not going to act like I do. But the look ahead was 2.5, and now we're out to 4.5. So, I mean, the look ahead is obviously with Stroud in. And this feels sort of like a halfway number. Like if he's out, circa is like you said, 5.5. If he's out, though, we could be at 6. They rule him out, like it's got to move. There's no way that this is an out number. It's sort of a middle ground number on Stroud, I would guess.
Over. We got a Bills defense and a Bills offense in a game, and the total's 43.5.
I think they're just saying that Houston's going to shut it down and Houston can't score. I mean, that's a Texan total, right?
I know. It certainly is. A lot of big point spreads this week. You've got the Ravens laying 2 touchdowns against the Jets. The Lions in a bounce back, maybe. They're favored by 10.5 against the Giants. Here's Jameson, start number 2. Seahawks. Oh, man, is Seattle going to smash Tennessee? Seattle off the loss, visiting the Titans, off another loss. They couldn't even win a game that they probably should have with Houston. I'd like Seattle in that spot, but they're laying 13 for a good reason. We've got some 6.5, some 7s. Green Bay laying 6.5 against Minnesota. We've got the LA Rams laying 6.5 against Tampa Bay. That's an interesting number. And then New England laying 7.5 on the road at Cincinnati. A lot of big point spreads, Sam. I think we're going to be on a lot of ugly dogs.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the dogs will be Tampa on Sunday night. Like Tampa has just been such a weird team after Baker catapulted into the MVP conversation. He was the 3rd favorite. He was 4-1, 5-1. And ever since that moment, it's just gotten away from Tampa. And now you can take 7 with them at South Point, 7 at Chris. Rams open 6, and now we're 6.5. At most places, we're out to 7. I could be down for the Bucks. But there are some games that I'm just never going to bet. Look at Atlanta, New Orleans. Yeah, have fun with that one. How about Cleveland?
Nope.
Cleveland, Vegas. You gonna bet Cleveland, Vegas?
Both of those off the. Well, you know what? I will bet that game actually. If they announce Shedeur Sanders is in, give me the Raiders.
Oh, don't tell Jacina Anderson that.
What did she say? I missed it. I missed
you
Jacina's
didn't see
take.
her X feed last night? It's embarrassing.
No, I missed it. Don't
just
follow her.
Going to bat. I don't either. She's going to bat for Shedeur like crazy, man. Like, well, he didn't play in the preseason. And just like over the top defense on Shedeur.
It was terrible. Look, I can say he's bad, and I can say that I want to bet against him, but I also believe that was the right move. You have to find out what you have. You drafted 2 quarterbacks. If you drafted 2 bums, you need to know that by the end of the season, because the Browns are going to have a very high pick, right? I forgot how many did they trade any away, or they moved down, right? Because they got out of Travis Hunter. But like they need to know those 2 quarterbacks. You rarely see teams take 2 quarterbacks in the same draft. You need to know if either of them is worth any development. So find out what you have in Shedeur instead of keeping him QB3 all year. I'm with that. I can also say that it was horrible, and you see why he slid so far down in the draft.
Yep, he stinks, but we should maybe give him a little bit more time to figure it out. The only other game we haven't touched on, look ahead in this game was 4.5. The number in Vegas is now 3. Kansas City only a 3-point favorite at home against the Colts.
Game of the week?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Is their season on the line? Apparently. In Arrowhead. All right. I like that game. I think we're going to be talking about that game more than any other one this week. Joe O, Sammy P, we keep things rolling. Okay, let's get a little positive Monday Moons next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Look at him, he's heading for that small moon.
That's no moon.
It started with me telling Joe that I just blasted a game to the moon.
You have an Aries sun and a Libra moon, so that means that the sun and moon are opposing each other.
Fade them to the moon.
Why some say the moon?
It is juice to the moon.
Can we talk about Gore Moon?
We choose to go to the moon.
Pacers, moon.
We choose to go to the moon because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept.
We hand out Monday moons. We keep it positive here on Bet Sweats. Weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time. Thanks for hanging out. We're talking about everything that occurred over the weekend. Looking ahead to Monday Night Football and also the next week, NFL college football action. Monday moons. Somebody that impressed you. Want to throw some flowers somebody's way instead of being negative if you had a rough weekend over at the window. All right, let's do it, Sam. Be positive. What do you have for this week, Monday moons?
3 moons. Number 1 is Blue Moon, and that goes to Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, and the first place Chicago Bears. I don't know how, but here we are, 7-3. Another comeback win. It was funny because I had a buddy of mine who ripped open the Sun-Times on Sunday, and Rob Mitch did a story about the Bears, and I'm in the story. And I'm like, I don't know how this is happening, but they are way ahead of schedule. And Ben Johnson has them believing that they can win. And it's been a long time since a Bears coach had a team feeling this way. And I wholeheartedly believe that. To fall down again in the final, 50 seconds or so, Addison catches the touchdown. And it's like, all right, this is the game they lose. This is the game it doesn't happen. And then the kick return goes basically to midfield, and the Bears get in range, and Santos drills it. After missing the previous kick, he hits the game winner, and he's dancing around the locker room, and they're good, better, best in, and you're like, I still don't know how good they are, but it doesn't matter what I think. They're 7-3. And I sort of just wish I still, cared about the Bears like I used to when I was in high school, and then in college, you had to talk about him and be around him, and you're like, I don't really like this team anymore. I'm not a fan of the team, but I can appreciate a 7-3 start and a first place record. Nobody outside of the state of Illinois or nobody outside of a Bears fan thought this was even possible after 10 games to be in first place with the Lions, the Packers, and the Vikings. I mean, the Bears were 13-1 to win the division before the season. It's a remarkable story. And I might not like them. I might not think they're any good. 7-3. 7-3 and in first place. So that's the first one, a Blue Moon. New Moon goes to Sean Tucker. Who? 3 touchdowns. New Moon because I don't even know who it is. I had to text Brian Gertz, fantasy guru, who is Sean Tucker? And he goes, please tell me you're not going against him. No, luckily I was not. I don't think anybody had Sean Tucker in fantasy. But this kid rips off 3 touchdowns. Probably more of an indictment of the Bills defense than it is on this, Buccaneer backup running back who gets the reps because there are some injuries there in that running back room. But to come in and have that type of day against a team that's one of the better teams in the league, yeah, New Moon, Sean Tucker. Where did he go to college? No idea. What number does he wear? No idea. Yeah, nope. No clue. Doesn't matter. 3 touchdowns. Have a day. New Moon, Sean Tucker. And my last moon is the cold moon. And I get the cold moon because I still have not done Leafs duty.
Me neither.
Leaves duty. Leaves duty. I don't know why I said Leafs. That was strange. Yeah. I can only do it Saturday now too, because I will not be able to do it today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It's raining. Friday's also the busiest day of my week, so I just checked the low in Boston for Saturday, and the low is 38 on Saturday. Hurry
up!
They're going
to
Chicago
freeze.
Sunday, dude. I don't have a choice because Sunday morning I fly to Chicago and we're there all week for Thanksgiving. So
right.
if it ain't Saturday, it ain't happening. And it's nobody's fault but mine. So I will be out there Saturday. Hopefully the high is closer. Hopefully we're closer to the high at 48 than the low at 39. If I'm out there 39 with leaves for 3 hours, I will be very unpleasant the rest of the day.
Those are your moons.
Cold moon, me.
Good luck. Yeah, I still need to do the leaf duty as well, or leaves duty, whatever it is. Every time I'm like, yeah, I should probably do that now. I'm like, nah, I don't really want to do that right now. It's a lot of work. My excuse is we have a couple of trees. I'm like, all the leaves aren't quite off. So if I spend hours picking up all these leaves, then I'm going to be mad because there's a few more leaves that are going to fall. So I'll wait until they're all bare. But yeah, same situation. All right, few moons for this Monday. I'm going to give a harvest moon, and I don't know who it should go to, though. I'm just happy that the situation changed. YouTube TV being back. We bitched about it. We've got to give credit to somebody. Happy a deal got done, whatever ended up getting done. I didn't see the details, but just happy it's back. So I was in a place where after football season, no matter what, I'm canceling YouTube TV. But then, I get Sunday ticket yesterday and I've got quad boxes with college football, with the NFL. And I'm like, I don't want to lose this. I really like this. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. But happy to have YouTube TV back. And Sam, it sounded like you were initially happy and then kind of wishing it wasn't back during some of Saturday's events. But overall, very happy. It's not a thing that we're not here crying about not being able to watch Monday Night Football, even though it's a crap game. Maybe ESPN knew that. Like, oh, wait, we better do something here. A lot of the interest, the ratings were going way down for obvious reasons. And then finally, cooler heads do prevail. YouTube TV back. So Harvest Moon there. Beaver Moon. Myles Garrett. 4 more sacks. No big deal. 4 more. A couple weeks ago, he had 5 sacks. Dude has 15 on the year. Does anybody realize this? He's going to be, barring injury, your DPOY. 15 sacks. I know Burns is behind him, but by a couple. He might break the record. He might set the all-time record. Down goes Strahan. There's a lot of football left, man. If he can get another 4 or 5 game like he's done a couple of times already this year, I could see it happening. So Myles Garrett gets the Beaver Moon, another monster performance. And I'm shocked, Sammy, that this team did not make your list. Super Moon. Holy crap. Mount Carmel's a juggernaut. Your school. I watched the first half. I only needed to watch the first half. I didn't go to Lincoln Way East, but I root for them because they're in the area. If we stay in this house, the expectation is both of my kids will be going to Lincoln Way East. But that was beyond impressive. Oh, crap. And then, you mentioned the number of D1 kids, and you're right. I see, there's like 14 D1 guys. And I was happy to see their top couple of guys, they're likely to go to Notre Dame. Not a hard commit yet, but I don't know if that means anything anymore. But likely to go to Notre Dame. I was very happy to see that. They got some players, dude. Like everywhere you look, the quarterback was awesome. Multiple receivers, phenomenal. But the most impressive part of that game, and it's probably going to be the championship game. It's like in Illinois, whichever team was going to win that game is probably going to win state. Oh my God, that D-line. I haven't seen a D-line domination like that in a long time. The all-world quarterback who is going to USC had no chance all game long. Like you could talk about, it just reminds you, like sometimes you handicap these games. You could talk about which team has the better quarterback, but sometimes it doesn't matter. If you win in the trenches, when the Patriots went undefeated and everybody had them winning the Super Bowl, they were favored by 2 touchdowns. None of it mattered because the Giants dominated the trenches, and that's where you still win football games. Just reminded me of that. Man, were they impressive, Sam. That's a hell of a squad. I know you're closer to the situation. I bring it up because, man, everything I'm reading, and I think it's right, is that is the best high school team not only in Illinois, but in all of the Midwest.
They're loaded, man. I said they've got 6'7" D1 guys.
I think it's more.
I just did it.
I think it's double that.
Might be.
Yeah.
Well, so 6 or 7 power 4 guys is what I was getting at. And I got a text in the first quarter from my buddy who was on the sideline, and he goes, "They're too little. They have no chance." And I was like, okay. And then you sent me the score at half, and I was like, oh, he was right.
Oh, it was nonstop. Maybe too little, but maybe your buddy's just used to how big Mount Carmel is. Maybe they're too big.
True.
Like, right?
Yeah, could be.
Have 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. That just watching that game, Marshall Harris from 670, the score was on the call. So that was another reason for me to watch, but I did turn it off in the second half because there was no chance that they were coming back from that one. That was a beatdown. So they're going to move on, no doubt, and win state for sure. So super moon there. All right, let's go around. Paul Aspen, have any moons to hand out?
I'll do a Buffalo moon to Josh Allen, who got me through on Survivor. It was a little sweaty there for most of the game, actually. But look, we talked about 6 touchdowns, but even just like on top of the stats, like being able to just watch that whole game, which was on a dedicated TV where I was at, I mean, just launching the ball like on the run down the field, and just like there was fumes behind the thing. There was just like a heat trail behind it. It was awesome to watch. It was fun to watch. So that Josh Allen is there. Like you said, they can't stop anybody, which is very discouraging. But they got through. So, and Josh Allen, like you said, could be worth a look at MVP. We'll probably talk about that tomorrow. And then a Sundog Moon to the Georgia Bulldogs. Is a real thing, by the way. Looked it up. At least the internet says it is. So look, they're in all likelihood they're not going to the SEC title game. Bama, despite their loss, still has the inside track there. A&M, same there. But I think it's time to have a Georgia conversation. Speaking about teams whose defenses are not bad anymore or are figuring some things out, like you look at the numbers. Bottom of the country in sacks. They were like coming in the last couple of weeks. Bottom of the country in TFLs. They dominated. I mean, the defense was very strong. And now how much of that was Arch? Could make the argument, or that offense, but very impressive win. Kirby calling his shots there. They're going to come out and go hunting, be aggressive. I think it's time to talk about the Georgia Bulldogs at 10-1. Sundog Moon.
Holy crap. I didn't take a look till now. I didn't realize Ty Simpson fell that far.
Oh, he gone.
They basically took him off the board.
Yeah.
And
he missed enough throws to forget about the result. He had his shot. He had his chances. He had a chance to match. Mendoza won that game last week. Ty Simpson did not.
Yep. Amen to that.
Two-man race. Two-man race now. Anybody else?
Sam, I had a similar, like, as I'm watching the Golden Dome on Jeremiah Love's like helmet bounce up and down for 56 yards untouched. I'm like, can he? Like, he's mentioning these straw polls. Like, he gets mentioned. Marcel Reed does not. Like, even with that comeback, Marcel Reed's not even really in the conversation. Like, he's at the top. He's third, I think. I don't think
third. No conference.
I don't think he's going to beat out.
Kills him.
Jeremiah Love, yes, because as a running back, he's sitting there on Sunday. Well, or Saturday, whatever that weekend is, and he's sitting there. He can't, and all those guys are passing him, even though they're already ahead of him. Yeah, so he's yep.
This would be the year, though. This would be the year. Anybody else have anything? Any moons? Nobody.
Jake Moon.
Jake Off Moon.
Is he off? I didn't say his name because I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Okay. Man. Yeah, I mean, the Heisman race is down to 2 dudes now. The market is saying that. Marcel Reed, okay, 5-1, okay. Pavi is your 4th favorite. Love's still sitting at 30. I feel like he's been 30 or 40 for about 2 months.
He got as low as 20 after that touchdown run, and then right back up.
Syracuse and Stanford.
Yeah.
He would need like 5 touchdown games.
Oh, but 4 touchdowns against Wisconsin is amazing. So, whatever.
Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats. We continue. Let's find out where the room is at for Monday Night Football here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
We're just talking during the break about the Atlanta Falcons, how they're a disaster, and then now the Penix injury looks pretty serious. Probably going to be Cousins the rest of the way for as long as he can last. They got to fire Raheem now. Like, he's going to take the fall for this. That might happen in season. It's going so bad. It's possible. Oh, the Falcons. Don't buy the Falcons ever. Never, ever the Falcons. Poor Ian McMillan. Poor guy. He had the Blue Jays. His Oilers. Is he an Oilers guy? I think he is. I forget which hockey team he likes.
No,
And
Toronto, Maple Leaf.
Oh, Toronto. You know what? I think he would take whichever Canada team was good. Is that a thing? You can just kind of hop to, I like this Canadian team.
I don't have a team. I have a country.
Yes. And now the Falcons. Yeah, the Falcons are bad. Are we sure the Bucs are winning that division?
No, Panthers are, right?
Maybe. I don't know how Bryce Young threw for that many yards yesterday. I don't know how that happened, but it happened. 448 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. The rookie McMillan, 8 grabs, 130 yards, 2 scores. That Falcons defense, Raheem Morris, defensive guy, and you gave up almost 500 yards to that team. Yep. He's going to be launched pretty soon, you would think.
So as of right now, Tampa minus 750 to win the NFC South at BetMGM, which seems pretty expensive. Carolina 550, and then the Falcons 100 to 1, the Saints 200 to 1.
Yeah. It's funny. A week ago, it's like, oh, the Bears just might make the playoffs. It's probably going to come down to them and the Niners. Like, no, then the Lions lose on Sunday Night Football, and now the Bears are in first place. Now the Bears are a favorite to make the playoffs. Is Carolina going to make the playoffs? I think if they're not going to win the division, I think that's a legitimate conversation to have. But it does remind you that bottom of the NFC is pretty damn weak.
I can't believe Carolina's only a half game back in the standings, though, and they're 550 in the division. Like that's disrespect.
So have they played yet?
2 of the last 3 weeks they play, so they got them twice.
There it is. Man, that's wild. So they go to San Francisco next week. Then they've got the Rams. Man, they do have tough games left. Rams, Seahawks, maybe the 2 best teams in the NFC, arguably. And at San Francisco, that's never easy. Their defense stinks. We saw that yesterday with Brissett, but they're still damn good. New Orleans, they should win that one. They could split with Tampa, maybe. It would be tough, but, things could go their way. They certainly went their way yesterday.
I think if you're going to bet it, because I think the Bucs probably, look, they're a 6.5-point dog to the Rams this week. So if the point spreads hold up and the Panthers lose on Monday night and the Bucs lose this week, so not much changes. Maybe you do it. I don't know. The Bucs could lose to the Cardinals. The end is the Bucs still have this. Well, they both have the Saints. The Bucs have the Dolphins and maybe a dismantled Falcons team.
Yeah.
You might have to win both if you're the Panthers against the Bucs.
It's just interesting with Carolina because the 448 for Bryce Young. This is a team when they've done something in the positive sense, they're running the football well. And yesterday it was about passing. So they have that in their bag sometimes against the right opponent. They do have a passing game. So Bryce Young, it's another step. Like a lot of people a year ago wrote him off. He's a bust. No, that's not where we are right now. Baker looked good though. Like Paul, you watched that entire game. I watched that entire game too. I had some Survivor on Buffalo because I knew they'd be low owned and it was a nice point spread. Unfortunately for us, we didn't have the chaos that we were hoping for, like with the Packers
Ravens.
or the Texans. Man, there's so many close ones. They just couldn't finish the game. But yeah, it's the Bucs looked good yesterday. There's not a lot of defenses that are going to stop Josh Allen.
So let me maybe take back what I just said. Like the Cardinals almost doubled up the Niners in yards. Like that final score is not anywhere close to the way that game should have played out. And they're throwing a flag on Trey McBride for in the red zone for making a first down sign. Stupid. But the point being, if the Panthers do what the Cardinals did to they're a 7-point dog to the Niners. Maybe they can win that game. The Niners defense
against the defense for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you like it, maybe now is the time.
What happens in that game if Arizona's just normal and doesn't have 17 penalties?
Dude, to 1, right? To 1. 17-1. Oh. Joe and I are
the 3 turnovers
right now.
Didn't help either. I mean, the fumble, the 2 picks, like just not going to win games when you have 17 penalties and 4 turnovers, but only 3 that stood. But yeah, I mean, 17 penalties to 1 is insane. What's that, a Chiefs game?
Right.
It's not a Chiefs game.
No, it was the home team, Arizona. It all went against them.
Who was reffing that game? Donaghy? Jesus Christ. 17-1 in penalties? That's crazy.
They had a touchdown run called back. It was like a 50 or 60-yard touchdown run called back. Oh, there's a flag. It's like, what? Yeah, I watched too much of that game.
Yeah, I know. Somebody came up to me yesterday like, how about Brissett? I'm like, what about him? They got their ass whooped. And he's like, I started him in fantasy.
Set a record.
Like 47 completions. Unbelievable. It's ridiculous. All right. As far as tonight, we all have our YouTube TV back. We always had it, but we actually have ESPN now. We'll be watching, I think. We'll see. Oh, well, Sam will be watching on the air. That's another story we'll get to. Let's find out where the room is at for Monday Night Football.
Where's the room?
All right, Paul. More Cowboys or more Raiders?
Slightly more Cowboys, 3-2. It's close.
Okay.
It's close, so,
okay.
Yeah.
There's a chance more Raiders because you're going against the Cowboys.
Yeah, but someone you mentioned is very much in the room. We'll get to that. All right, 5th most bet player prop for tonight's game. Also, you'll notice who's missing from this list. George Pickens over 65.5 receiving yards.
Oh, that means CD's going to be up there somewhere. Very high. Okay.
Oh,
Pickens
actually
over.
the opposite. Actually the opposite.
Okay.
MIA.
Oh,
MIA.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh,
that might tell us some
2
things.
touchdowns.
They like Pickens, but they don't like CD. Okay.
Oh, you're going to love
longest
number
catch.
2. Yeah. All right. On we go. That's interesting. They're mixing in some unders too. Jake Ferguson under 4.5 receptions made.
Big game. Okay.
You know, this guy should have had a much bigger game against was it the Broncos? I think it was the Broncos. But now he let him in targets, so now they're on him. That is the Raiders. In the room. Tyler Lockett over 2.5 receptions made.
He's dead.
Oh, that's the funniest.
0
What's the juice?
catches.
What's the juice? Minus 170?
It's got to be something like that. Let's see real quick. All right, we've got most receptions made. Scrolling. Minus 175.
Oh, almost nailed it. Almost
Nailed
identical.
it.
Yes.
Yeah.
0
Wow.
catches tonight. 0.
Yeah.
0.
It feels like the most random room bet is usually third when it comes to props.
Yeah.
Usually somewhere in that middle.
Over 2.5 catches at minus 175 is bananas.
Okay.
Crazy. Trey Tucker game. All right. Number 2. So again, if they're over on Pickens and they're under on Ferguson and they're doing this too, it has to be a CD game. Kevontae Turpin under 1.5 receptions made. Or I guess maybe it means it's a Turpin game. I don't know what they're doing.
What? I'm not doing any.
They don't either. To be fair.
Yeah.
True.
All right.
Hey,
Number one most bet. Yeah, go ahead. What do you want to hear?
Are we the room? That's my question.
You are the room.
Bowers catches. It's Bowers catches for sure, isn't it?
It's Bowers over 72.5 receiving yards.
Not the one I would bet, anyways.
Okay.
Not interested. That's
Mikey Betts does the thing where he's going to take one of our listeners. He's going to take Bowers under on yards and parlay it with a Bowers touchdown because the correlation is so off that the odds explode. Like most people are going to parlay over catches, touchdown, over yards, touchdown. But if you go under yards with a score, your odds shoot. So that's what he's going to do for sure.
That's smart. I like that look. Yeah, I'm doing Bowers, but I'm not doing the yardage one. I said that right away. I was like, this is a high number. You're paying a tax for going against the Cowboys defense.
BetMGM won't let me do it right now, but
they will later.
I don't know. I'm saying something's updated or whatever. So trust Mikey Betts. He's got this market cornered.
Yep.
CeeDee Lamb. Right. Let's talk CeeDee Lamb, Joe.
Yeah.
Which Lamb bet is your favorite? Because he's going to have 90 yards in the game. And I haven't looked at CeeDee Lamb's receiving prop. I'm not going to lie to the people. I'm looking right now for the first time, and it's 80. Well, there's a range: 84.5, 85.5, 86.5, 87.5, 88.5. Of course, very rangy set of yards on Lamb. Oof. Yeah, I think I just said 90, so I'd have to sweat. But longest Lamb catch, 26.5. Lean over on that one too.
Oh, yeah. Yep. He has played he's played 6 games this year, right? His longest catch is gone, you said 26.5?
Mm-hmm.
He's gone over in every game. The one he did not was the Bears, and he played like a snap or two before he got hurt. So you throw that one out. Every other one, he's gone way over that for longest catch. So that makes sense to me. You know how many touchdowns he has this year? CD?
One or two?
One touchdown on the year. I was against the Commanders. That's it.
Does he double that tonight? Price? Even money or plus 110.
Yeah. I would throw a CD touchdown there.
2 touchdowns.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. 100 plus and 2 touchdowns.
What's
that?
That?
Price isn't that good. Plus,
yeah, nobody wants to bet Lamb, which is crazy because he's still one of the best receivers in football. But there's just no appetite to bet him because he hasn't produced, at least in the touchdown category. Now the yards, he's always capable of having a big yardage game, but people just stop betting guys when they don't score. And here we are in week 11 now, and he's got 1 touchdown. So guys don't want to bet it. But that said, he's still priced like a guy who's catching a touchdown every game. Like it's crazy that it's still only plus 110 when he's only got the 1 touchdown.
That longest reception look, I think, is pretty strong. I like that. Makes sense to me. First touchdown. What's Dak?
First TD score for Dak is 30.
Maybe. God, it's like a game that you gotta bet. You gotta bet multiple ways just to get through it. Because what else are you gonna do? Watch
Anytime's pretty
it.
Right. Anytime's pretty good on Dak. Plus 650.
Okay. I could see it. That's not bad. more and more we talk about it, it's like, oh, are we gonna take the Cowboys? I'm not. I'm not laying the 3 in the hook. I could see the Raiders win this game, but certainly not something that I would be doing. We'll be involved in props. We'll get our finalists out during lightning bets coming up on the other side. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P with you. Bet Sweats, our lightning bets coming your way in just a few moments. One thing that we did not talk about that certainly made the rounds over the weekend in college football was that officer at the Texas A&M game. What the hell was he doing? He's trying to body up a player, like the opposing team. I was like, what the hell? So they announced that he's not going to be working any more games. He didn't lose his job. He just lost his job at the stadium. That's how I read it.
Yeah, which he should. You can't be bumping college athletes. Like, what are you doing, dude? Just keep your Oakleys on, spit your sunflower seeds, and do your job. Don't be bumping. What are you doing?
Yeah. He was clearly pissed. Like he was trying to intimidate him or something. I'm like, he's a player. He can go wherever he wants. And he was like, he was hobbled. Was he going to the locker room or considering it or something? Then he came back. I don't know.
It was part of a celebration because it was after a big play for South Carolina. So the player just kind of like ran into one of the tunnels and a bunch of players ran with him. And then, he's standing there, like the hardo that he is. A lot of those, I'm guessing it's a state trooper. I don't know that for sure, but I know a lot of state troopers. They're all hardos, all of them. They all think they're like the coolest thing on earth, and they all have the same attitude. And that's what happened, because he wasn't really facing the play. His back was to the play because he's watching the entrance, right, for the most part. And then the players all kind of run by him, and as they're coming back to the play, or back to the field of play, rather, guy like tries to drop a shoulder into him. You're like, what? It's
crazy.
Weird. It's just not what you should do. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah, very strange. Very strange. I know you didn't love the result. I don't even know. You probably didn't even notice. But on Friday, decided like last minute, I'm like, you know what? I want to go to a college basketball game. And then I saw two local teams are playing each other in downtown Chicago. So I drove last minute took my daughter, watched DePaul Northwestern, and it was a competitive game. It was a very good game. DePaul, I would say they bounced back. They didn't pull off the win, but a couple of days before that, they lost to Buffalo as a big time favorite. They're 2-2 on the season. DePaul is now, but unfortunately for you, they did not beat Northwestern. Northwestern's got two dudes. They're good players, but they got two dudes. So they're off to a 4-0 start. I don't think they're going to be all that great in Big Ten play once we get there. But it's a nice little stadium. It's where the Chicago Sky play. It's Wintrust Arena. It was my first time there. Nice packed environment, a lot of open seats, so you could probably sit pretty much wherever you want. Just had to get in the building. It was a pretty fun experience, but they have a lot of work to do at DePaul. They have actually finally a respected coach, but it's going to take a while.
Yeah, they've got Holtman, who used to be at Ohio State, and I'm pretty sure Holtman was at Butler. Yeah, Butler, Ohio State, and then DePaul. Look, he took over a DePaul team. The year before they hired him was 3-29, and there were allegations, a ton, about shaving games and being crooked. They went 0-20 in conference play that year. That was Tony Stubblefield's last year, and then they got rid of him, brought in Holtman. So you could see the growth. They go from 3-29 to 14-20, and now 2-2. I mean, this could be a 17-18 win team for sure. The conference is very, very tough though. So
yeah,
we'll see. I mean, you're in the Big East. You're not facing a bunch of cupcakes. You got some really good teams. You play UConn. Obviously you got Marquette a couple of times. You got Villanova. You got Creighton, St. John's in there. Definitely going to be a tough conference schedule, but Holtman, if they stick to the plan there, Holtman will be okay.
Yeah, once you get to year 3, year 4, I think they're going to be okay. But, one thing that stands out immediately, even though they are in a tough conference, is just the size disparity. Like, oh yeah, that's a Big Ten team. Like, and you could see how they build it that way. Martinelli, one of the 2 players I was talking about there for his 18th year. I think he's on the Evan Eschmeyer program. He's one of the good players, and then their big Page was also really good for Northwestern. But outside of that, I wasn't all that impressed with the Wildcats. So maybe you'll be happy once they get into to Big Ten play and Chris Collins goes through the struggles that I'm certainly expecting. All right, lightning bets for today. There you go, Sam. This is the only place to get Sam's bets today. What do you have for lightning bets?
Let's go over in the game. Over 50. I can get 50 at a bunch of places, including BetMGM. Over 50 at -110. And I'm trying to figure out how to bet CeeDee Lamb. I don't love the touchdown price at +115. I don't love that. How about yardage? I can do over 87.5 at -105. That's what I'll do. I think he gets 100 tonight, CeeDee Lamb.
Don't think that's a bad look at all. But I started the show. I'm all about Bowers. I knew there would be a Bowers play in the room. Ends up being the yardage. Okay, good. I don't want anything to do with the yardage. He only had 3 targets last week after a 3-touchdown game. Chip Kelly's on the record this week. He's obviously our number 1 threat. We've got to get him the football. Going against this Cowboys defense, they're going to make sure they get the football to Brock Bowers. So anytime touchdown is plus money. This is a Cowboys team that has given up some big games, a handful of touchdowns to the tight end position. You've got one of the best tight ends in football playing tonight. So I'm going to say Bowers touchdown. You can find a +104. So love getting plus money on Bowers to score an anytime touchdown. And the Mikey Betts theory, I think that's kind of smart. And I was messing around during the break with some numbers. If we go Bowers 2 touchdowns, 2+ in under 73.5 yards, which I don't like the yards anyways, you can find a 29-1. That's what I saw the first book that I took a look. So I think that's interesting. That's an interesting way to look at things. Touchdown guy you like, and then to go under on the yards, it could certainly get home. But overall, I am in on Bowers. I see a bounce-back performance. This Cowboys defense is not the Denver Broncos defense. Paul Aspen, what do you have for lightning bets?
All right, so I came in today not wanting to do absolutely a damn thing with this game. Now I'm like, do I want to do CeeDee Lamb 2 touchdowns and 100+ yards at 12-1? So just tell me what am I doing with CeeDee Lamb? Should I just do the yards, Sam? Should I just do 100+ at plus whatever? I feel like I'm getting too cute with it.
100 and a touchdown.
100 and a touchdown plus 275.
Okay.
Fine. Sold.
Didn't take much. And why don't you add in Tyler Lockett under 2.5 catches at +130 or whatever?
0 catches.
Can we do a 0?
I don't think we can.
I want to see, is that prop anywhere? Like, I would love to see that prop where somebody gets a 0, like 0 receiving yards.
Yeah, sometimes they have alternate over-unders.
But it's always overs. I want to see more unders.
Yeah.
You think they have under a half of a catch or something?
They might. I feel like I've seen them do kind of not just overs, but alt over unders. So let me look while we got 4 minutes.
Okay. All right, we're waiting.
I'll wait.
Oh, you guys can carry on.
No, it's fine. Sam, why don't you tell everyone what you're doing tonight? If you don't want to, you don't have to.
I'm hosting BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans tonight from 7 to 10.
Who are your guests?
We're going to make a change on the guest list tonight.
You calling shots? They're in a tryout?
Just one.
Hey, we're going to have you try out. I haven't heard you host before. Can you come try out again? We have no idea what you sound like, so I want to see how it goes. don't have endless amount of hours on the network. Let's see. Femi, you too. Haven't heard you. That's legit.
I can't find.
Did you find something, Paul?
No, can't find it. Sorry.
Please find it, Paul.
Yeah.
Find it.
Sam's very concerned about what I'm going to say in the next 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Efforting. Total receptions.
We've been an efforting and a scrolling today.
That's why I'm not trying out. They've heard enough. They're like, yeah, we've heard enough years.
Alt receptions. Hold on. Wait, we may have something. Oh no, it's only alternate up. There's no alternate down.
Paul, you should try out. Rapid recap.
I like my piece. I'll just say that.
So do a lot of people. Saw some deleted tweets over the weekend by some people.
Oh yeah,
going on. Yeah.
Can you see a tweet if it's deleted? Interesting.
I saw it, and then a minute ago it was gone because I wanted to send it. I sent it to Sam, and then it didn't pop up. I'm like, wait a second. Oh, you deleted it. I got you. I saw it though. I didn't screenshot it, but I saw it. Nobody on this show.
I think we all know.
How you feeling?
I feel great. I can't wait. After this, I get to go on Bear Bets where I lost every college football bet this weekend. So I'm just having a great day.
How will you be feeling tomorrow morning when you have the quick turnaround too?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. I'll be all right. As long as I don't go to bed at 5 a.m. in Vegas, I'll be fine.
Yes.
I was about to start singing "It's the Most Wonderful Time of the Year," but I don't know. Are there copyright issues there? I don't know. I should probably know.
Some Christmas songs, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This is a camera off moment. One of those. Yeah. Bye.
There's gonna be a lot of them over the next month. All inside jokes. Maybe some hardcore listeners got a few of them. Maybe. All right. Sam and I will be back tomorrow morning here on Bet Sweats, I think, 9 a.m. Eastern. Join us then right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
And wake up with the daily tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker back.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble